1. Good afternoon, and welcome to the City Council meeting of January 10th, 2022. Happy New Year to everyone who's watching and all on the call today. I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Got no sound here.
All right, thank you for that. Sorry, Council, I should have given you a heads up. When we do Zoom, the national anthem actually plays in the chambers. You don't hear it on the Zoom call. So thank you to the National Film Board for the images of our country, and thank you to our own Tenniel Towns for the singing of O Canada. I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt the minutes of the previous council meeting as council has in front of them. The meeting was held on December 13th, and I'll go to Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I so move that we adopt the minutes from, what was that date?
December 13th.
December 13th. Thank you.
All right, that motion is in order. I'll call the question. Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
O'Connor votes in favor.
That motion is carried. Moving on to the adoption of today's agenda as presented. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council approve the agenda as presented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
O'Connor votes in favor.
And that too is carried unanimously. Now we'll move on to the open delegation portion of our meeting. As you'll see in the agenda today, there are 3 organizations who let us know ahead of time that they were interested in coming to speak to council. At any time, if you would like to speak to council, the afternoon 3 p.m. portion is a great time to come. You don't need to let us know ahead of time. However, it's great when you do. It gives us a little bit of heads up of who might be coming. If you also are interested in speaking in the evening portion, there is a form online that you fill out. It's because if you do wish to speak at the evening portion of council, you do need to let us know ahead of time. So for 3 p.m., you're more than welcome. And I will go through the delegations that have let us know ahead of time, and then I'll call to see if there's anybody who happens to be online who's interested in speaking to council. So first, under our group of delegations that let us know ahead of time, Community Futures Group, and I see Ms. Sorgan online. So if you could just introduce yourself for those who are watching, and typically 5 to 10 minutes, and at the end of it, I'll give an opportunity for council to ask any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Clayton, fellow councillors, and guests. Most of you I am familiar with, but for those of you who are not, I am the Executive Director for Community Futures Grande Prairie region. I wanted to take an opportunity. I usually do this on a yearly basis. COVID has kind of put a little bit of a stop that last year, but I'm happy to be able to be here today virtually. I'm going to share my screen and just go through a quick PowerPoint presentation with you. Hopefully everybody can see that. So everybody's good to go? Excellent. Perfect. So just a little bit about Community Futures. If you're not already familiar as a councillor or as a guest, our program has been around for over 35 years. And we are really focused on gaining and increasing economic and social well-being for our particular region. And I will go through what that region looks like a little bit later. Our vision is really around being innovative and leading in our community. We provide educational opportunities for entrepreneurs, nonprofits, and organizations that we work with. We enhance the growth of our communities through a number of community economic development activities that we're part of. We always evaluate our relevancy, particularly at the board level, on a strategic planning cycle that we do yearly. And I think the biggest thing that we have here is the fact that we have a strong board of leaders. Our mission statement hasn't changed since 2007. It's really about growing communities one idea at a time. Most often that's with entrepreneurs who have a great business idea and want to figure out what they're going to do with that, but also from a nonprofit and leader and stakeholder position, how we support those and meet them where they are. In terms of who we are, we're a nonprofit economic community economic development organization. Our job is really to act as that hub. People ask me, what is it that you do? And I talk about being a professional dot connector. So our job is really to bring together major players, to bring together stakeholders, and people who have vested interest in making this community a stronger one. As I mentioned earlier, our strength is really in the ownership of our organization, and that's our dedicated group of volunteers that represent the community. And we also have representatives from each of our municipalities, which I'll introduce later. What's the CF program? Really, what it is an initiative that's here to support communities when they're in need, to support those innovators, leaders, and directors in solving long-term economic problems, to really meet and assist the community where they are, to plan and restructure. As you can imagine, through COVID, Community Futures has been increasingly busy over the last 20-some months. We continue to be busy, not only from a recovery position, but very much in focusing more on the resiliency aspect of the organizations and businesses that we work with. We definitely work at a local grassroots level to assess what our problems are, what our opportunities are, and how we're going to achieve that long-term employment stability, our growth and adjustment. So we work in tandem with a lot of the organizations that are representing around the table today, and as well as a lot of the other economic development leaders in the community as well. In terms of history, just really quickly, I noted before 35 years. Back in 1986, we established an organization called Saskatoon Mountain Economic Development Authority, or SMEDA for short. It was funded through the federal government, and it was a program that was developed actually in the late 70s, early 80s, specifically to address major economic upheaval in communities. This happened back in 1986 when an Air Force base was closed just outside of the town of Beaver Lodge. And this program was put in as a pilot to see if it might be able to assist that community in absorbing the impact of losing a major stakeholder in their community. Our regional boundaries are pretty much the county of Grande Prairie, all of the municipalities within that, with the exception of the city of Grande Prairie. At that time, we actually weren't able to serve the city until 1997. In 1988, we established our Business Development Center, which was housed in Beaver Lodge. And then we also incorporated back at that same time developing business operations out of Beaver Lodge and an enterprise center out of the community of Heights. Back in '94, we co-located with our SMEDA Enterprise Center in Beaver Lodge, and we also had different buildings and such in the town of Sexsmith and in Heights, as I said before. So we went through lots of change. We created one board of governance for our organization. We opened a sub-office in the city of Grande Prairie in 1996, which actually was when we were legally able to start working with city of Grande Prairie residences and businesses. Best decision ever. Back in '97, we expanded that sub-office to full-time, and that's about the same time that I started with the organization. So I'm not as old as the organization, but I'm getting there. In '98, we had sub-offices, we had our co-location, and we were actually co-located with the city of Grande Prairie, Grande Prairie Regional College, Industry Canada, the Chamber, tourism, et cetera, in the Center for Business Development. So for those of you who've been around the table for a while, you know what I'm talking about. In 2000, we established a new program called Youth Connections out of Town Center Mall, moved to Center 2000, our business operations in 2000 when it was built. And then in 2006, we voted to amalgamate all of our offices in the city of Grande Prairie, changed our name from SMEDA to Community Futures Grande Prairie and Regions, and began our road, I guess, as an amalgamated office. back in 2017, and this is significant to the city as you were a major player in our opening of the Spark Business Incubator in 214 Place. And this past fall, we moved to our main floor location in 214 Place South and continue to serve entrepreneurs virtually and in person from that location. What's the Community Funded Futures Program? We're federally funded. We're administered through an organization or department called Western Economic Diversification, and it's now called Prairies Can, or Prairies Economic Development Canada. We are all governed by local volunteer boards. There's 27 regions in Alberta, 90 points of service throughout Western Canada, and 290 points of service in Canada. In terms of our organizational flow chart, how this all works, we have Prairies Can at the top. We have a network association that represents us at a provincial level, a client services officer, and then our board of directors and myself as executive director. Our staff, we're a fairly small staff. We do big things. We have our board of directors who also acts as our investment review committee, which relates back to our lending program. Myself as the executive director, and an additional business advisor, business accounts officer, project coordinator, office administrator, and controller that all fall within the main core mandate of Community Futures in Grande Prairie. Our membership, we have a board of 12. City of Grande Prairie is one of our representatives at the table, and Wendy Bosch is our representative from council. We also have membership from the County of Grande Prairie, the MD of Greenview, Town of Sexsmith, Town of Viva Lodge, and Town of Wembley. Last year, we changed our bylaws because the village of Hythe was dissolved. And so we now have 6 municipal representatives and 6 community members at large, which we've developed terms of reference for to identify how we can strategically go about bringing in new board members. Our service area, as you'll note here, is quite small. This is the Northwest region and how all of the CFs are developed in Alberta. You'll see we have a very small kind of geographic footprint, but we have a very big impact on the overall Northwest operations as well as the overall provincial operations. You'll note that Community Futures Peace Country actually envelops Community Futures Grande Prairie. They actually do go all the way around us. The only part of the MD that we serve is the Grovedale area, and the rest really is Peace River. But we do have an agreement with them that we work with clients where they're at, as I indicated before. So we do have clients from the Valley View area, Saddle Hills County, Spirit River, Rycroft, etc. In terms of operational funding, we haven't had a change in our operational funding from Prairies Can, but it's stayed stable, which is beautiful, at about $308,500 per year to help us operate. And we have some new dollars that were introduced as part of administrating the Rural Relief and Recovery Fund. We also have some outside contracts and services, and we also do some fee for service. In terms of our programs, we focus a lot around diversification. I'm not going to go through each of these, but it's really about where we can work with our businesses to help them grow in areas of productivity, product development, market development, etc. Our business services, and this is probably of note, because what I will ask of you is if you know about us and you have someone who has a business idea, we're a one-stop shop. We assist, review, and analyze business plans, cash flows, financial statements. We help with market research. We provide business loans, and we also will assist a business in becoming bankable at their own banks or other financial institutions such as Futurepreneur and BDC and AWE. During the 2021-22 fiscal year, which we're currently part of, we just completed off 3 quarters. And we served, I do apologize, we have had 372 new clients that we've served over the past year. We provided 1,315 advisory services to those particular clients. We've facilitated 10 strategic planning sessions for organizations and businesses, such as nonprofits that the city also supports. And we've started 3 new projects, which I'll talk about shortly. Our investment fund, for those of you who are unaware, we do maximum lending up to $150,000. We do have a security requirement. We have what I would call a competitive interest rate given the risk that we take, and currently at 9%. We also do require that you have investigated your options with other financial institutions, but a letter of econ is no longer required. In our 2021-22 3 quarters fiscal year, we've approved 27 new loans. Our goal is 12. The total amount of those loans approved was $1.5 million. And we've created or maintained 78 jobs. So we play a fairly crucial role, I think, in economic development in this region. Last year, the federal government announced the Rural Relief and Recovery Fund, which was basically a lending program for business to fill the gaps of the SEBA program. During the about 12 months, not quite, that we actually dispersed on the RRF, We approved 164 loans totaling $4.9 million to 89 businesses and created or maintained 953 jobs. So there was definitely a gap in Grande Prairie for those businesses that didn't fit the eligibility for CEBA, and Community Futures was able to step in and assist those clients. Now we are actively engaged in how we can assist them further. In terms of community economic development, we basically will do any project that has to do with ECTA where their partners and stakeholders have identified a need, and we will actually do all of the background to the initialization and execution, and as well as reporting on each of those projects. In terms of collaborations and programs, and I always feel that this is the most interesting part, Community Futures isn't the organization that it is without the collaboration and partnerships we have in our community. We feel that it's normal for us to do this work with all of the players in our community. Apparently, it's actually abnormal, and it just means that we're that much more effective in our region. Our organization does all the speaker coordination for the Growing the North Economic Development Conference that, by the way, is coming up in February, the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, virtually. We administrate the Grande Prairie Regional Innovation Network program as well since April of 2019. We're a delivery partner, the North American delivery partner for the Shell Livewire program in conjunction with Shell Canada, cohort 3 starting in February. I will mention that the City of Grande Prairie has been generous with their community group funding, assisting us in supporting women, youth, and downtown business support. That's come in incredibly handy through COVID. And we also offer business coaching, masterminds, and entrepreneurs with disabilities programs. Where we can help. So for those of you who do have someone who might be interested in assistance with entrepreneurship, we are the one-stop shop for entrepreneurs. You can refer not only for financing, but more for the preliminary stuff. How do we do a business plan? How can I get some business coaching to help keep me accountable? Is there some way that we can ask some consulting or training? The strategic planning opportunity identification sessions. This has become very, very popular. This past year, we've probably done 17 different strategic planning for nonprofits, municipalities, and businesses. This is a big focus for us and helps to really guide the plans and the coaching that we do with these organizations. And finally, working with those nonprofits, which are the backbone of our community. You can check us out at grandeprairie.albertatf.com. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And, old school, you can also give us a call at 814-5340. That's a little bit about Community Futures, and I'm not sure if there's time for questions, but open to that if you need to.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ms. Sorgan. There is time for questions, and I just quickly wanted to start it by saying I really enjoyed the presentation and the new format this year, so thank you for that. I'll open up to council for questions now and see if there's any comments or questions. All right. I think you are good, Ms. Sorgan. Thank you so much for the information, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
And you're more than welcome, sir, to stay on, watch the rest of it just as you did. Please just keep your camera off as our limited streaming ability is being tested. Moving on to item 5.2, the Canadian Championship Air Races. I know there's a delegation here, and council also received some additional information in their email today. There we go. I'll just ask that the presenters introduce themselves, your name for the record, and then as Ms. Sorgan, 5 to 10 minutes and an opportunity for questions following that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
You bet.
Awesome. So thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for this opportunity to bring what could be a very exciting and thrilling event to the Grande Prairie region. My name is Jeanette Bancars. I'm a founding member of the Canadian International Air Race Society. And with me is Sonia Van Gilst, who's our executive director, and she is the boots on the ground planning. Sorry, my screen doesn't seem to be moving. Do you still have the title screen, or do you see us?
No, well, I can see you and the title screen, but...
Just the title screen?
You bet.
Okay. Try that. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was in the wrong screen. I also enjoyed Holly's presentation, and I feel like I should be chatting with her afterwards because so many things that she's talked about resonated with me and are very aligned with the presentation that we have today. So that's us, and you'll see Sonia's on your screen. So just to maybe set the stage, we are going to play a video that will show you what this event could be, but just to set the stage, our intent is to bring 16 Formula One pylon air racers to the region to compete for a Canadian championship title. So when we say pylon racing, I think in your mind, it's NASCAR in the sky. The addition as well of stole drag racing is also quite different. It's not in the sky, it's more on the ground, and it reflects the diversity of the sport of racing. A traditional air show aspect is always included to ensure entertainment is nonstop at the event. And happening concurrently with all of that are business hosting and networking events, STEM education activities, career fairs, and family events. So now we're going to watch the video so that you can see what everybody is excited about. Hopefully you heard the sound on that. Always gets me dancing in my chair. So now I think you've got a kind of a taste of what could be in Grande Prairie in July of 2022. On the screen now, you'll see a couple local Albertans who are part of the Formula One race circuit. Scott Holmes, he's based out of Villeneuve. You saw at the end of the video, he was hoisting his silver championship trophy in Reno earlier this year or last year in September. Blair Hamilton on the right there, she is probably one of the top racers in the world right now with Formula One. Both of them would be coming to our event and are also looking to grow the sport in their backyard. You'll see on the screen now what some of our short-term outcomes would be. Of course, we would bring an entertainment event to the community. We know from Reno, who hosts for the last 57 years, the National Air Race Championship, they really enjoy phenomenal benefits from the air show and air race that they have built over the last 57 years. The University of Nevada does an economic impact study on a regular basis. The 2016 study showed that about 120,000 fans attended, of which 75,000 were from outside of the community. These guests to their region are very affluent, high wage earners. They arrive in their multi-million-dollar jets. You'll see the depiction on the right there, the jets that happened. When my husband went to the air race in 2018, he saw a jet there that was $65 million. These are the people that are coming to see this show. The event offers a networking platform similar to the Calgary Stampede, where businesses and municipalities can showcase their local business opportunities to potential international investors. The estimated economic impact to the Nevada region in 2016 was $91.7 million. And furthermore, this event is broadcast on an international level, highlighting the potential of the region to the whole world. Councillor Blackmore, do you have a question, or do we wait for that?
No, we'll wait for that. That's just to let me know.
Okay, sounds good. Awesome. Thanks. Moving on to long-term outcomes, we have huge hopes and dreams for what this event could bring to Alberta and the Grande Prairie region. Like, first of all, the community pride to bring an event like this, really best in class and unique to Canada. The STEM activities, engaging the youth in aviation. We know there is a huge and critical shortage of pilots and engineers in the aviation industry. To engage youth to build a love of aviation, to possibly consider careers in aviation, as well as, possibly building an ecosystem for aviation in Alberta that could benefit the whole province would be, it's definitely doable. And all the while, for Grande Prairie region specifically, for you to be able to showcase the economic development opportunities, the investment opportunities that you have for business, for industry, it's, an opportunity like that doesn't happen often. I'm sure Holly is probably pretty excited to hear this as well and help us to kind of build this out. And lastly is the legacy that you build from a reputation, a community reputation is also significant. And we've definitely seen that with the Reno, Nevada races. So this is what we are proposing for this year. We're looking to do a series, and what that would do is it would allow us to showcase more communities to the world on an annual basis. So we're looking, it'll be our first event. So we'd like to start in Whitecourt. It would be limited capacity, max 10,000 people all in, volunteers, stakeholders, racers, public. The racers would arrive likely on June 30th. They would assemble their aircraft. There would be some media opportunities at that time. July 1st, we would do qualifying rounds and have a practice for the racers. Quite likely this would be a closed event to only key stakeholders as well, so they would be able to enjoy it in a more private setting. July 2nd, semifinals. July 3rd, race 1 finals. It would be an aggregate series, so they would build points in each of these races to be taking forward into Grande Prairie for the championship. So we would have about 4 or 5 days of opportunity to build the hype with media, to bring possibly some activities with racers or other key stakeholders throughout the Grande Prairie region or even throughout Alberta if we're able to. And then they would arrive in Grande Prairie to start the qualifying rounds. We would likely have a private event as well, July 8th, for sponsors and racers to get that one-on-one time together. So July 9th and 10th would be open to the public, semifinal rounds, race 2 finals, and then following that, we would have the actual, I'll call it crowning, for lack of a better term, of the Race King. So the aggregate championship podium, and then the press conferences that would follow that. When we look to see why Grande Prairie, quite frankly, there's interest and support. One of our board members, which I think some of you know, if not all of you, Phil Troyer, he operates Adventure Aviation at the Grande Prairie Airport. He's a flight school, similar to what my operation is here in Villeneuve. And he's keenly interested in furthering the aviation industry in Grande Prairie. In August, he hosted a meeting of interested parties at the airport, in the airport terminal there. These parties included airport team members, municipal, provincial, federal politicians, representatives from tourism, the aviation show industry, racers, and members of our board of directors. This meeting confirmed that Grande Prairie is an ideal location for an air race for all of the reasons that you see on your screen right now. And just to provide some comfort and assurance as well, we are able to ensure that scheduled service that happens at the Grande Prairie Airport will not be interrupted during the event. We will simply schedule around it. And also we are able to accommodate the ever-changing COVID environment. So what's in it for council, or what do we need from council, is a partnership. And I heard Holly talk about partnership with Community Futures, and I think that's where business really takes off, is when you build strong partnerships that benefit everyone. So first and most importantly is we need approval from the airport authority to host the event at the airport. If we don't have that approval, or not able to get that approval, then really we don't have a venue. So that's our biggest priority today, is to look for that support. The other thing that we need, as you're probably aware of most events like this, is the mayor's letter of support. And we need that for several reasons. For one, if we want the Canadian military to perform in the air show portion, we need a letter of support from the mayor. It also supports any grant applications we do. It supports sponsor interest and often builds confidence with our Transport Canada authorities and regulators. As in any event, a reasonable cash or in-kind investment by municipalities often reaps exponential returns on that investment. And last but not least, the support from municipal departments in the planning and implementing of the service activities required to host an event of this nature and magnitude is needed to ensure a safe and smooth event. And of course, we're always happy to come and give updates to council at one of these 3 o'clock meetings to kind of keep you apprised of how the partnerships are flowing and what our progress is. You'll see there is a timeline, January 15th. I know we've been working since August with Brian Grant and a few other individuals from emergency services, those kind of things. It just feels like time gets away from you, especially in this COVID environment. And if we're going to host an event in 2022 in Grande Prairie, we need to know soon if on the off chance that Grande Prairie isn't interested, there is another community that would like to possibly have an interest in it as well. So we'll entertain your questions right now. Thank you for the time.
Perfect. Thank you for that. As you noticed, I do have some councillors who have raised their hand. I'll go to Councillor Blackmore first.
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. The air race sounds like a really exciting event and very economically viable for the community. However, I understand that you are still working through the Transport Canada approvals, and until those happen, there is really not a lot the airport can do to support your event. So I'm wondering where you're at with your Transport Canada applications, what your safety plan is that you've registered with them, and how far you are from completing all of the steps that are required by Transport Canada.
Sure, all good questions, and doing due diligence. It's very important for you to ask those questions. I'll ask Donna Flynn if she can unmute and maybe answer. We've hired one of the probably best in North America air event coordinators, and she's our expert, and she is our direct link to Transport Canada. So Donna?
Hi there. We are, once our dates are set and I can get the applications in, I've done probably 450, 60 show days at air shows all across North America. So I'm very familiar with the Transport Canada people that we will be dealing with, and the security and safety that needs to be presented and taken care of. Basically, I'm waiting for the go-ahead. So once we get the go-ahead that we can utilize the airport and we have the support of the city and the airport authority, then we can get the application into transport. So that's basically where we're at. We need that basic hinge. We need to know if we can do it, and if so, then we'll move forward.
Councillor Blackmore?
If I could just ask a follow-up question. I understand because Grande Prairie is quite a centralized airport with a lot of landowners whose property lines abut to the airport property, that you need permission or approval or agreement, I'm not sure what the correct word would be, with all of those landowners. And I'm thinking, my understanding is that is one of the barriers to the Transport Canada application right now. I'm wondering where you're at with talking to the landowners and what your plan is to provide them with assurances that they are going to be okay to vacate their property for that period of time.
Ms. Bansgard?
Sure. Really, I think it's chicken and egg is what we're dealing with here. So before we can even get an approval from transport to even do our test practice event, we need the airport to confirm that they will allow us to use the venue. And so we can't get Transport Canada approval. It's no point really even going to the residents unless the airport says, if you can get all your ducks in a row And if you can get all the transport approvals, we will allow you to have the event here on these dates. We can't move forward. We need to have that approval, understanding that we would, and you can make it on condition that traditionally how it's done. We know we need to get these approvals. There are a lot of barriers that need to be overcome, but to start the whole process, we need the approval of the venue. I don't know, Sonia, if you've got anything to add on the landowners. I know we've got a strategy in place for them.
I do. So I've already been in contact with the landowners just prior to the Christmas holidays. I had a plan to go at the very beginning of December, but weather would not permit me to get up there. So I will be traveling up to Grande Prairie. I live in Whitecourt, and I will be traveling up there. I've had several conversations with the landowners. They're all very supportive at this point, and we will make arrangements for them so that they can leave their premises during the air race and air show and bring them back, and we will treat them with the greatest amount of hospitality that we can possibly offer. So far, they're very supportive of helping us put on this event.
Perfect. All right. Next I saw Councillor Bosch.
Oh, well, thank you, Jeanette, Sonia, and Donna, for your presentation. It's fantastic. I did hear about this through regional tourism at one point, and I'm very excited to have this potentially come to our region. I think a lot of people enjoy this type of tourism. My question to you is, what are your weather barriers to prevent this event from not happening? And then what happens to, the finances, the organization of it thereafter?
Ms. Banskar or Ms. Flynn?
I can speak to, sure, I can speak to the weather minimums. Air shows happen all the time. The minimums for the actual show days are 1,000 feet vertically and 3 miles laterally. Doesn't come up at the same with air shows as it does for races. Races are a little bit less, but that's basically the Transport Canada limit, is if we have less than 1,000 feet vertically and 3 miles laterally. If it rains cats and dogs, sometimes we can get insurance for weather, but that would be up to pretty much Sonia and Jeanette.
Okay.
I don't know if that was clear enough for you.
Well, the insurance piece, I guess, is somewhat clear if you intend to get it. I guess if we're going to be giving money potentially to it, we would want to know that.
Of course, and that Jeanette can speak to, and Sonia.
Okay, thank you.
So the other thing I'll just say is that there are aspects as well of the show that can still happen even if we have a low ceiling. So when we think of the drag racing, it really is on the ground. Like they're not really far off the ground. It's a drag race. There's all the static displays, the STEM activities, career fair, those kind of things. All of that can, unless, like Donna said, it's raining cats and dogs and nobody wants to come out, right? And of course, we'll be getting insurance. I'm a banker by career, and I don't do anything that I can't mitigate that risk with.
Thank you.
All right. Next I had, and so I noticed, MLA Getson, you turned on your camera. Were you looking to add comments or context to the previous question, or did you have something else?
No, I'll just wait till the end. I'll throw my hand up, but we managed to work through some of these challenges and pulled off the Alberta International Air Show. So there's one of the reasons why I'm here today is some of the pilots here from our home field, obviously some constituents, and also was up there with the Chamber present to tourism as well. So it's a pretty unique opportunity to do this.
Perfect, thanks. I'll come back to you then. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great presentation, ladies, and I have watched this on TV, and it is thrilling, exciting, hold your breath kind of stuff. I'd be very excited to see it actually in person and not just on TV. How many shows are you planning here in Canada besides just these two, Grande Prairie and Whitecourt? Is it part of a tour?
Ms. Banskar?
So I would say our intent is to provide an annual series, not more than 2 locations at this time, but adding on more race classes as we build our momentum. I mean, we've left the door open if we want to move it around Canada. I think there's always a opportunity to do that, but we're never going to forget our roots. I went to college in Grande Prairie and know the area very well. And I think that our focus is firmly on Alberta and ensuring that we are giving communities an opportunity to showcase their opportunities of economic, youth, and tourism.
Okay. All right. And then I'm still not fully up to speed on this, but Grande Prairie does have a major event grant. Have you guys explored that? And again, maybe somebody on council could say when the deadline is.
Go ahead, Ms. Banskar.
Honestly, at this point, we just want to make sure that we have a venue. Once we get that approval, we can look to apply for grants that are appropriate and the partnerships that would come with that. We're really not just holding our hand out for money. We really want to build a partnership so that we can definitely maximize the impact to the community and the region.
Right. Yeah, so my fear is that the grant deadline is coming up fairly quick, and I don't want you to miss that if that's what you're looking for. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Bressi.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for your work on this. If it happens, it certainly would be an exciting thing for many of our residents, including 2 little boys that are my house to go to. So it's fun to be talking about. 2 questions I've got is one, just about safety. Obviously, our first plan is that everybody's safe at all times, but accidents happen. And if there is an accident, is it our fire department that's expected to respond, or do you bring in your own emergency crews? Just what happens in the event of something going sideways?
Ms. Banskar or Ms. Flynn? I'm not sure who's taking that.
I think it's Sonia.
All right.
Yes. So at any air show that I've ever produced and anything across North America or even the world, any event like this has a very specific emergency response plan in place prior to the event even taking place. And it's a collaboration between city fire department, the Grande Prairie Airport Fire Department, county, paramedics, and possibly even we're looking at an option of having like a private emergency services company come in to supplement so that we know that we've got enough EMS resources down there with the right plan to respond to any incident, any accident, any mayday.
And so I'll just elaborate on that a bit. So one of the things that we do, and Transport Canada is in full support of this and will be in attendance, is we plan what I would call a scenario exercise. So with the work of the racers, understanding what their regulations are through the FAA, with Transport Canada, their primary concern is to ensure that the public is safe at all times. And so we'll bring Transport Canada, we'll bring some racers, we'll do a number of stages of scenario, even practicing like a Mayday event and having the emergency response teams on the ground practicing what would they do, where would they go. In Grande Prairie, it's kind of unique as well. There's, support that we would need from the city, but also the airport has their emergency services in the county does as well, right? Because where the location of the race box is intentionally put in an area where it will least impact any crowd.
Excellent, thank you. And another question I had was talking about that race box, I guess the terminology used. Is there a map we can see of exactly where you think this is going to happen?
If I can find it.
Do you have the most current set?
Do I? Okay, let me just see if I can pull it up here. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't have it open. I didn't anticipate this question.
That's good. Thank you.
If you're all right, we'll come back to that. Give you a minute to find it. I'm going to move on to Councillor O'Connor. Thanks, Councillor Bressie.
Oh, wow. I'm excited by this. I'm one of those people that watches it on TV. So I'm excited that it is here. So thank you, Jeanette, Sonia, and Danya. I think this is going to be a tremendous draw for Grande Prairie. So speaking of TV, will you have a TV sponsorship?
Ms. Banskar?
I think Sonia wants to answer that.
Go ahead, Ms. Vange.
We are definitely looking at TV sponsorship, possibly with Bell Media, I believe. We do have a director of marketing, Jadine Ma, and she might be able to, if Jadine's on the call, she might be able to answer that question a little bit better than me. But it's definitely in the works to have at least national, if not international, television coverage.
Ms. Ma, before you answer that, if you could just introduce yourself for those who are watching. Thank you for our minutes as well.
Hi there. I'm also, I'm Jadine Ma. I'm also with the Canadian International Air Race, and I'm looking after lots of the business operations and media and marketing efforts of the project. So yes, to enthusiastically answer your question, we will be going after some sports broadcasting nationally and internationally. So again, we really do need to approve the venue before we can proceed with any of our work going forward. And we are really chomping at the bit so that we can start going out to negotiate with the networks to see what we can bring to the series. And you know, that podium finish, that final finish line, and our winner hoisting the cup on the podium will definitely be an image and a video that we want shared around the world from Grande Prairie.
Jadine, maybe you can talk about your experience with Abbotsford, just to show the breadth of your, I guess, experience with broadcast solicitation and whatnot.
Yeah, certainly. So, you know, over my career, I have been very blessed to be wearing two hats, sports marketing by day and air show production and marketing by night. And so particularly the ability to work with small startup air shows here in Alberta and then move to Canada's National Air Show, the largest air show in Canada. You know, very pleased to bring that experience all together and be able to support this project. And, you know, it's an exciting first-time event, and we're looking forward to it being the first of many.
Cool. My supplement question is, and I'm always the one that says and talk about the elephant in the room, is what kind of dollar assistance are you looking from the city, or am I appropriate to ask that question, Your Worship?
You can ask that. I think it was identified that right now their priority is to get approval on a venue and work with an organizing committee to come back and see what the opportunities are for sponsorship. But if there's something else to add, Ms. Banskar, feel free.
You know, I think it depends on where the city wants to go with, like how you're showing up in the community for the event. Cash is always welcome. We certainly need and appreciate and understand the value of in-kind that the city can bring with regards to emergency services personnel, police, those kind of things. Likely we will need some support on you know, very short time frame road closures, like 5-10 minute road closures, those kind of things. And like that's your wheelhouse, right? Are those community services?
So that would be, you would accept more in kind than cash. You're not looking for cash at this point in time.
I'm not going to say we're not looking for cash. We definitely need cash. This is not a cheap sport. it's definitely not cheap. I mean, really, you get what you pay for. But at the end of the day, I don't care if I'm reducing expenses as long as I've got the best people that are supporting this event. And I believe that a lot of the municipal services will be the best. They know the community, you know, they understand the region, and, you know, we expect them to be part of our planning process, to be there when we're putting on the event, to make sure that we are really providing the safest and, you know, smoothest event that we can. I don't know if you can see, I did find the map.
Sure, yeah, go ahead if you wanted to go back to that and reference. Councillor Bressie, as you see, it was your question, it is in front of you. Was there anything specific in regards to the footprints that you had for a question?
No, I just wanted to get an idea of the size of the footprint, so that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have two other councillors in the queue. Councillor Lerners is next.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great presentation. That sounds exciting. A couple of questions. Some of it's already been asked, so I won't bother you again. Has Whitecourt already given you a thumbs up, a letter from the mayor and all that kind of good stuff? So that's the first question. And the second one being, so I presume that your organization carries some liability insurance or that kind of thing. So those are the two questions I have.
All right, whoever wanted to take those questions, feel free. I see Ms. Ma with her hand up and Ms. Angus as well.
So we really appreciate all the questions surrounding safety. That is at the top of our list as we go forward. And that's also speaking to the urgency of why we really need to confirm a venue as soon as possible, so that we can get to work on those very comprehensive safety plans and to get all of the stakeholders involved in our planning process and to identify any other issues that may arise in the planning process. We are on a tight timeline, looking towards July 9th and 10th. So I want to reassure Council, air shows, air races, aviation events in Canada are highly regulated. In fact, around the world, they're highly regulated events. So, the reason why we're coming to Council today to talk to you and inform you about our event and to ask for that support with the airport is that it really is key to us moving forward with all of those Transport Canada and NAV Canada approvals. And there are checklists and certificates that we're required to apply for through Transport with the assistance of the experts that we've hired in Donna Flynn, our professional air boss. So with that highly regulated environment, we are required to make sure that we have all of our homework done. There's a comprehensive list in the Canadian aviation regulations that we have to follow, and we need to get started on that as soon as possible. So things like insurance, safety, maps, courses, landowner approvals, fire consultation, road closure consultation, all of those things are involved in our Transport Canada and NAV Canada approvals, and our insurance company needs to know those details as well. So those things are all on the list, but we really can't get started on that until we've defined which communities we're going to go to with the event. So we're really hoping that it can be Grande Prairie, and really invite you to get as much information out of us as you need to today so that you can make a great decision.
And if I can just say, if there is a certain standard or limit of liability insurance that the City of Grande Prairie requires or the airport requires, please let us know, and we need to communicate that to our insurance company so that we're appropriately covered. So that would just be a condition of that approval as well.
Just as a follow-up, so have you gotten a response back from Whitecourt yet? Just curious.
Go ahead.
I can speak to that because I live in Whitecourt. We've been hosting an air show in Whitecourt since 2008. I am the director of that air show. And yes, we do have approval from the County of Woodlands, who actually own the airport. And we have the support of the town of Whitecourt as well, yes.
Thank you.
I see Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks so much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you so much for the presentation and for the exciting event potentially to come here to Grande Prairie, ladies. Really excited about it. I did have a couple questions, but first, before I ask a question, I should note, I think Councillor Bird mentioned to you about the large-scale tourism grant fund that's available through the City of Grande Prairie. The deadline for that is actually February 1st. Yeah, there's a good pot there. So if there is cash that's needed and you do get all your approvals and it's a go, that may be something you might want to at least get in contact with our administration about moving forward. I guess my question is, because Councillor O'Connor took my question about the cash, but in regards to your expression of interest that you have to submit by January 15th, with that expression of interest, does that include the letter from a mayor saying, hey, that's what we want, as well as the condition of the airport that says, hey, yeah, we're okay to host it here? Or do you just need to write a letter and say, hey, we'd like to do this and we're talking with these people? Like, how soon do you need those letters?
I know the location determination, you were hoping it to be determined by January 15th, but maybe if you want to give specifics of what you need sooner than later.
Sonia, I'll let you answer that. You're aware the timeline's better than I am.
So, again, I mean, we've been saying this all along. The first purpose of this presentation is for Airport Authority, but we also wanted the other stakeholders in the city to have the opportunity to view our presentation, ask the questions. I hope that Brian Grant, I believe that he should be here. I don't see him on the screen right now, but I'm
he's online.
Okay, he has some questions for us, and really it's up to Brian to decide to give us approval. Once we've done that, we start moving forward.
Okay, with like letters from the mayor and all that?
So yeah, we can wait a bit for that. We need Airport Authority approval to use the airport as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that bureaucracy wouldn't hold anything up if you wanted to move forward. So, thank you.
I mean, if there are any concerns, or you're thinking that, geez, Grande Prairie is just not interested, we're not interested, knowing that sooner than later would definitely be appreciated. But if I'm gauging the comments in the room right now, the excitement that's in the room, you're definitely interested to pursue some kind of partnership with this opportunity.
Well, I think you loaded the bases with all the council asking questions here, so there's definitely a lot of intrigue. Yeah, so I would encourage you to look into our large-scale tourism funding, and hopefully you can get those approvals. We can move forward with a definitive answer in the near future.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and ladies, thank you for being here today. I just got a couple of questions, more housekeeping. What kind of slowdown are we going to see at the airport? How many days before the show? How many days after are we going to notice stuff happening, like takedown, setup, that kind of stuff? I know we need to put fences and barriers and all that up, but can you give me or give council an idea, even the airport staff that are on, some kind of an idea of your presence at the airport?
Sonia, if we can start with you to kind of talk about the spectator setup, and then Donna, if we can go to you around the practice in the air setup. Yeah.
So based on our conversations with the Formula One racers, they would likely be getting to the airport on the Wednesday. So that would be 5th of July. And they would start to assemble their aircraft at that time. We don't expect any crowds. It's not open to the public at that point. Thursday is also another day for the racers to test their aircraft after assembly. Typically, we begin the site setup for fencing and VIP tents and gates and things like that. That all usually starts on the Wednesday of the week.
Okay.
So major activities starting on Wednesday, and then of course there's the tear down. The racers themselves don't do anything on Monday. They'd probably hang around for the few days between the two that's the finale. They'll probably be hung over on Monday, so you might see some activity there.
And you know,
but,
I can.
Ms. Ma, you have something to add?
Yeah, I can add a little bit of context in terms of airport operations. I can tell you that Canada's largest air show, Canada's national air show, the Abbotsford International Air Show, does happen in the infield. The spectator and parking areas are in the infield of one of the busiest international airports in Western Canada, serving the Lower Mainland with nearly 1 million passengers. So set up while that airport is operational happens for months in advance of the actual event. And there are great ways to make sure that the event is set up and cleaned up and is conducted in a way that is friendly to a very busy international airport.
Great on. Thank you very much for that information.
And I see Mr. Grant has raised his hand. If you wanted to introduce yourself and you had something to add, that would be great.
Hi, yes, Brian Grant, the CEO for the Grande Prairie Airport Commission. Certainly, we have been in contact and discussions with the organizers of the event, and we are ready to proceed with some more information sharing. I would just like to reiterate that the only thing holding us up at this time is landowner consent. We have requested that we have landowner consent in writing, and once we receive that, we'll move over to the safety and emergency planning. And certainly, we're prepared to work with the individuals that are requesting the venue. We're just waiting for that information so we can make a determination. So we hope to be able to meet the January 15th deadline.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Brian.
Anything further to add? Ms. Flynn, I know you had mentioned you had something. Was there anything additional?
No, I think Sonia and Jadine have kind of covered the timeline. What we did do, though, in our preliminary discussions as a committee, I took a pre-COVID set of flight schedule for the scheduled airliners, and I just tried to shoe in all of the different blocks that we would need to satisfy both the Formula One and the STOL drag. And we can do it, and we will work around those sched carriers to make sure that the airport is not disrupted.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Well, thank you so much, ladies. I see no one else in the queue. I think you had a full gamut of questions, so I really appreciate your willingness to answer all the questions and your time here this evening. I know that just so you're aware, delegation business, any direction that may come from this happens at the end of our meeting. You're more than welcome to stay on the meeting. I just ask you to turn your cameras off, and then you can listen while we get through the rest of our business.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mayor Clayton. And
sorry, I apologize. There was one other, MLA Shane Getson. If you're still with us, I know you were had called on in regards to this topic. If you have something to add, please feel free to do so now.
No, Mayor and Council, really appreciate it. And obviously the ladies who brought the presentation forward, fully supportive. Just for your edification, I'm also an advisory member for the Strategic Alberta Aviation Council. And also just wanted to reinforce, if it was required, but trying to gauge the measure in the room, I think you guys get it up in Grande Prairie, which is why they're looking for this venue. Down here in Villeneuve, we had some great successes with the Alberta International Air Show. Obviously, with some of the air tours that we conducted across the province in general aviation, tons and tons of appetite for this. And the fact that we have two young Albertans that are racing at Reno levels down the international market, wonderful story for tip to stern for the kids and families and getting folks into aviation and economic diversity. So can't thank you enough for this, and just wanted to give a little color, Mayor, quite frankly, of why you've got a stray MLA on the line today.
Thanks so much for joining us and appreciate your comments. All right, moving on now on item 9.3, 5.3, apologies, and from our agenda today, Ms. Mary Dumais, and I apologize if I am pronouncing your name incorrectly. If you would like to turn your camera, I see your camera's on there. I'm assuming you're the representative from Triple D's, but if you could just introduce yourself for those who are watching. You have about 5 to 10 minutes to present and then an opportunity from council to ask any questions. So thank you and welcome. Oh, sorry, you are muted. There we go. Oh, sorry, I'm still having audio problems. One moment here. It might be on our end. If you could just say hello and we can see if we can hear you. It doesn't look like you are muted, but just say hello one more time and I'll see if maybe, oh, no, you're not there. No, not yet. No.
It may require you going out and then coming right back in.
Our IT expert, Councillor O'Connor, had provided some input there. If you would like to jump off and sign back in, I'm more than happy to come back to you. All right, so we'll just give it a minute there. I'm just going to go, if council will allow, just give a couple minutes and administration can get them back in when they call on. There's not a lot of other items in our early portion of today's meeting on the agenda, so we're not at this point running behind schedule, but I will just wait for one more minute. All right, it's just connecting to audio. Oh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you now. So welcome.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And thanks to Councillor O'Connor for his IT tips, but please continue.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jackie Clayton and City Councilors of Grande Prairie. My name is Mary Dumais, the founder and CEO of Dedicated Designated Drivers, Inc. We are currently entering our 10th year of business operating in Edmonton and surrounding areas. When we learned that Grande Prairie was in the process of writing a bylaw for designated driving service in their vehicle for hire in early 2021 for services like ours, we were ecstatic. Finally, an even playing field where everyone had to follow the same rules and regulation. Sadly, that was brought to a halt just as quick. As of today, January 10th, 2022, there are designated driving companies still operating without obeying the regulations set out by the City of Grande Prairie and not being enforced. According to the bylaw, you are required to have a commercial office, drivers with Class 4 license and a chauffeur's permit, police clearance with vulnerable sector check, all of our drivers have that, a general commercial liability policy, insurance and registration on company vehicles, decals to inform customers which companies they are using. We opened a branch in Grande Prairie in July of 2021, as we met all the requirements and regulations set out by the city. At this time, the bylaw was intended to be put in place on August 1st, 2021. On July 27th, 2021, we were informed that an extension was given regarding the insurance aspect of the bylaw. We couldn't understand why an extension was given, as we had several conversations with Sean Hebert, Operations Support Supervisor, Chief License Inspector for Grande Prairie, regarding what is required for services like ours. On July 29th, 2021, we had a conference call with Sean and our insurance broker to provide clarification on what kind of insurance was needed. From this conference call, it was stated that you cannot use a personal vehicle while generating money from that vehicle. You're required to have business commercial policy on that vehicle. If a person is using a personal policy while generating money, they get into an accident, whether at fault or not, their insurance is void, and there is no coverage for the driver, passenger, and the third party. Either the company or subcontractors need to have a CGL policy, commercial general liability, in place. This protects the subcontractor, the customer, and any third-party liability damages. Services like ours are considered high risk to insurance underwriters. We've had our fair share of struggles with insurance companies and getting insurance ourselves. At times, we are paying premiums as high as $5,000 a month to be able to operate legally. Like any industry, there are rules and regulations to be followed to ensure the safety of the public. All the designated driving services in Grande Prairie treat their drivers as subcontractors to avoid paying costs associated with ensuring that they are operating legally and keeping the public safe. Companies, subcontractors are required to have a business commercial insurance policy on all vehicles, use it to generating money, commercial registration, general liability policy, WCB. And this doesn't include what the City of Grande Prairie requires to operate for the protection of the customers, staff, property, and third parties. The level of frustration is at an all-time high. We cannot understand how the City of Grande Prairie, knowing that these companies are operating illegally, are allowing to keep operating as they do. The risk the city is taking, knowing the requirements required, especially with insurance coverage, it is unclear how they can put themselves at risk for a lawsuit that should anything happen. We are asking the city to take action promptly and shut down companies operating illegally and start handing out fines. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for coming today. I will now open it up to council for any questions they may have. I see Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you for your presentation. You said earlier you had trouble getting insurance. Are you meeting all the requirements to meet the rules?
We are the only designated driving service in Edmonton and in Grande Prairie that meet all the requirements. Yes, we have the insurance, we have our general liability, we have our WCB, we have our business license, we pay payroll, we pay taxes. We're actually a legit company that we went with COVID. When we seek the government's help, we were the only designated company in Canada that got help from the government because we run it like a business. Yes.
So,
sorry, Councillor O'Connor, if it's a subsequent question on that, if it's a new question, I'm going to move on and come back.
Okay, move on.
Okay, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you for your concern, or letter of concern, or presentation. Where are you located commercially here in Grande Prairie?
Our address is 9823 116th Avenue, Grande Prairie, unit number 210.
Okay. And you're saying that other companies do not have a commercial space?
No. When I called back in December and just last week, I couldn't understand, a bit frustrated, I couldn't understand why we were the only designated driving company out of 10 of them in Grande Prairie, why we were the only ones that had a commercial office, which was stated in the bylaws. When I spoke to Erin last week, she says, no, you do not need a commercial office. And I'm like, no, it says in the bylaws. So I'm not understanding what's really going on out in Grande Prairie.
Okay, thank you. I'm new, so I have a lot of learning to do. So get on that.
Councillor Bresty.
Thank you. I'm actually really confused because conversation we had at council was, and a concern I specifically raised was not requiring companies to have a commercial bay in Grande Prairie, but the request from administration is we'd have a provision in the bylaws so they could physically track down somebody. but I remember the conversation at council was some of us councillors who supported the bylaw saying we don't want there to be a requirement to rent out commercial space to run one. And I'm not quite sure where a requirement for commercial space rather than just address of business is required in the bylaw. Can you tell me what specific section you think is being violated with?
If you just give me one moment here.
Yep, not a problem.
Sorry.
And if you want to take a minute to look for that, I can come back to that. Or do you have it?
You can come back with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Bresty. Councillor O'Connor, did you have something else?
Yes, I don't want to disturb her when she's trying to find the bylaw.
No, go ahead.
So did you have difficulty with our bylaw person, or I was kind of confused in how you described what was going on there?
When I spoke to Sean several times, like I said, it was having to do with insurance, so that's why they pushed the bylaw back until October 1st. So because the designated driving services in Grande Prairie had an issue with insurance, okay? We, on the other hand, have already been operating in Edmonton, and we have the appropriate insurance that we tried to help Sean out. There was a conference call. Still to this day, you have designated driving companies in Grande Prairie that are not commercially insured because they refuse to get it because it's costly, right? Or they're putting the cost onto their drivers who own the vehicles. Now you guys have another company that started up in Grande Prairie, and it's called Skip the Ditches. I did my homework also, and with them, you don't need insurance, you don't need a Class 4 license, you don't need anything because it's an app. So if the city of Grande Prairie, I'm just saying, if the bylaw officers were enforcing this, they would have noticed this. This company has been operating since November. You have another company out there that treats their employees. They use personal vehicles. They pay them under the table, and they're still operating in the city of Grande Prairie. Nobody has an office. Nobody's complying to the bylaws that have been set out by the city of Grande Prairie. So this is where the frustration lies for me. I do everything correctly in the city of Grande Prairie, along with the city of Edmonton, and it is hurting our bottom line because you guys choose not to enforce it. And I understand that Peace Officer Freeburn retired, and we were informed that she hasn't been replaced yet. So this was their excuse last week. We have nobody to replace her, so we're not enforcing anything. So I keep talking to different people at the city of Grande Prairie, and I keep getting different answers.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing your comments. Did you have the information that Councillor Bresty had asked?
No.
Nope, not a problem. I'll give you a moment to look for that.
It's, one second. It's in here. I read it and I knew I should have that in there.
Sorry, just if it's helpful, I wonder if there's a different interpretation of Clause 39(1)(e), which is at the very top of page 18. I wonder if that might be the location you're looking for.
Appropriate documents, a commercial or branch office has been established within the city. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, so just speak to that. I mean, council doesn't get to enforce the bylaws, so by all means, there's other process to decide on the interpretation of it. But my understanding of that, as a councillor that asked specific questions around this clause, is that an approved home office would have fit in that bylaws. There was no requirement intended by council, and we discussed this to require a commercial office, just an approved home office. There was a location of business on record.
So you're saying, you're mentioning to me that I can shut down Grande Prairie and I can have my office in Edmonton and dispatch calls out to Grande Prairie.
My understanding of it, of the intent of council, was that a home office in Grande Prairie would be eligible for this. So there had to be a business location in Grande Prairie so that our administration had somewhere physical to go if somebody was returning the mail, say, hey, here's what's going on. you need this notice or whatever, but that there wasn't a requirement for that to be in commercial space, just in Grande Prairie.
According to Sean said we needed a commercial office. Aaron states that we don't. So there's a lot of confusion with all this. And when I moved to Grande Prairie, I was one of the questions, do I need a commercial office space? They said yes. So that is why I rented a commercial office space.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bosch.
Oh, thank you. My question is, you compared yourself to between the ditches, whatever, skip the ditches. You haul people and they haul product. Is that...
No, sorry, sweetie. No.
Help me out here.
Skip the Dishes, which is a food app. Yeah, this is Skip the Ditches.
Great. Yeah.
They're a designated driving service also.
Okay, so they carry people as well.
We don't carry people. We move people with their vehicles in there. We cannot carry passengers in our cars. We're a designated driving service. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just meant the difference between pizza and a person, but thank you for clarifying for me.
All right, Councillor O'Connor, I see your hand on there still. Is there something new you had?
Yes. I'm just wondering if this shouldn't be referred to Enforcement Services as an inquiry, just to do a follow-up. If there's a misunderstanding, I think this is their department, and am I correct in that?
O'Connor, as with all delegations, we deal with business arising at the end of our meeting. So if that is something that you have intent to put forward, we can come to that when appropriate.
Thank you.
All right.
May I say something to that, please?
Yeah, you can.
I have tried to contact when Peace Officer Freeburn was there, and all she kept telling me that she was retired. She's retiring. They didn't care. As a business owner who starts up another branch in another city, for me, it was very frustrating because I would get to run around with the city of Grande Prairie. Now, I don't know who's supposed to be enforcing this or if they're going to enforce it. You guys have on the last page of your bylaw all these fines that has not been enforced here. Now, we've done everything to comply. Now we are asking you, and we've tried to reach out to Sean. We've tried to reach out to everybody out there, and nobody's seen, a nice word to put it, is they don't care. Until something drastically happens in the city of Grande Prairie, which technically and legally, you guys would be held responsible, because I even have an email from Sean stating that everybody is to continue operating under the radar, continue doing what they're doing with no insurance, no class 4, nothing. So how fair is that when I come into Grande Prairie and I follow all your bylaws, meanwhile everybody else doesn't?
Okay. Councillor Bosch and then Councillor Blackmore.
I just want to tell you that, the policies and the bylaws of the city of Grande Prairie and the people who work here, including council, never is our intent to cause this much issue that you have. So regrettably, you're going through this, but we'll get it figured out.
Councillor Blackmore.
My comment was just similar to Councillor Bosch's. Thank you so much for bringing a business to Grande Prairie. We appreciate all the businesses that open their doors here. I've used your service a lot. Probably shouldn't say that publicly, but we've used your service a lot. We really appreciate that, and thank you for coming forward. I know it's always difficult to decide to do a presentation to council and to ask for cooperation and help of the city, but we're going to provide that for you. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. Yes, I don't see any further questions, so just to echo past comments, the business arising portion comes, and I really appreciate you bringing forward this information to us. Council will have an opportunity to discuss this with administration. We thank you for doing business in the city of Grande Prairie, and ask that if you'd like to stay on the call, please just turn off your camera, and then if there are additional items that come from that, administration will reach out to you for follow-up. But thank you again for coming tonight. and really appreciate you expressing your concern.
Very much, and thanks for having me.
Anytime. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute myself there. I'm unaware of any other delegations, but I will ask if there are any other delegations that are here to speak to council today. Please turn on your camera.
Hello, okay.
And from Triple D's, if you could just turn off your mic, that would be great. Don't see anyone else that is here to speak to council tonight, turning on their camera. I'm going to now move on to the rest of our agenda. Item number 6, there's no reports that I'm aware of, and there was no standing committee last week as council was on a council break for the holiday season. Number 8, there is no correspondence today, so perfectly timed, it moves us to delegation business. This is an opportunity for council to ask administration questions, or there may be business arising from the delegations. First delegate we had this evening was from Community Futures, Grande Prairie, and I'm just going to ask council. So Councillor Blackmore and Councillor Bosch, are your hands up from the previous delegation, or is that new? I was just moving between screens, and I apologize.
Sorry, I should have taken that down.
Okay.
So mine is new.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Now, do you want to go through the first delegation first, or can I ask?
That's what I just said. Yeah, you bet. We'll go in order. So first one.
I'll wait till the last one then.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Councillor Bressie, thank you.
Well, I have a sense that this might be the quickest one to knock out, but I would move that we accept the Community Futures presentation for information.
Thank you for that motion. Seeing no comments or questions on that motion, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 9.2, the Canadian Championship Air Races. Just looking for any comments or questions. I see Councillor Lerners.
Maybe I'll push the ball along. I would make a motion that we as council show their support for the races, subject to approval from the Grande Prairie Airport Commission and them adhering to all the regulatory Transport Canada obligations and insurance requirements.
I'll just ask Councillor Lerners, maybe it's, okay, is there something specific in regards to how you see showing support? Is it directing administration to follow up? Is it, what is the support that you want council to show?
Well, I think they're asking for a letter from the mayor saying that we would accept those dates subject to. They said that they were amenable to that. And so I'm just offering that letter of support with the subject tos, and it allows our GP airport to do their due diligence in hopefully short term and checks off the, but it does show our spirit of intent that, you know, if all things being well or being approved, that we would accept those dates of, I think it was July 9th or 7th, 8th, and 9th, those particular dates. So it would say it would be a letter from you, because I think that's what they're asking for, subject to those conditions and the date.
Sorry, I was muted there. I'll just check with administration. I see that motion as directing the mayor to write a letter of support, subject to approval from the airport to host the location on the dates as presented. I don't, I'm jumping between screens here. I think that motion is in order. I don't see something. If administration has a concern with that motion, let me know. Otherwise, I'll go to comments or questions on the motion. Okay, seeing no one. Councillor Blackmore.
Let me start this over again. I think I ran out of voice there. My concern with the motion which, you know, I realize I can vote for or against it, so that's not an issue. But my understanding is from talking to the Airport Commission and from sitting on the Airport Commission board is that there are a number of homeowners in the area who may or may not be as eager to see this go forward as required by Transport Canada. And I am concerned that if we make a motion and pass it and push this forward from a city council point of view, that we're putting those homeowners, landowners in a position where they may feel that their hand is being forced for them, and I don't think that that should really be our intent. So that's a concern. Having said that, though, I know that approval from the airport is simply a case of the committee sitting down and meeting some of the requirements that the Airport Commission has asked them to do, and then the approval would be, you know, it's a case of a couple hours of a meeting. It's not a horrendous hurdle to overcome. But my reluctance is that I'm not sure that council should be driving the bus. I'm thinking that we need to maybe let this roll out the way it's going to roll out anyway. I don't know if that made sense to anyone.
Sure, and so Councillor Blackmore, what I think you're saying is that you're not in support of the motion, but possibly there's a subsequent motion if this was defeated to direct administration to work with the airport authority to come to an agreement in regards to the possibilities of hosting this event. But let's just see how the other comments and questions that may come out of the current motion, and then I'll give you an opportunity to see if you had something else that you wanted to bring forward.
Okay.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just looking for some direction from the chair in terms of, before I can decide on this, there's information that I need from our administration, and so should I be asking administration questions now, or should I be arguing and voting against this motion in hopes of council not making a decision until we've heard from administration?
So I completely great time to ask administration questions pertinent to the motion or not. So feel free.
Okay, great. Well, in that case, I've got a really general question for our administration. I've got at least one specific one too, but my general question is just, has this been something that administration's had a chance to process and talk about, and are there any major concerns that's been flagged by administration as they've considered this?
So I'll ask Director Glavin if you're with us. I know Director Glavin is the Airport Authority Director, and then possibly Director Miller had comments in regards from a tourism perspective. I'm not really sure where we're at for administration, but I see Director Glavin has turned his camera on, so please feel free to comment.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As the public appointee by council to the Airport Commission, I was loosely familiar with this. We did get a very brief update on it. But from an administrative perspective, to my knowledge, no one in my service area has been approached to discuss this. I believe there may have been some discussions with the fire department. I'd have to defer to Director Manuel if he's aware of that, but no, we have not had any direct discussions through anyone in infrastructure and economic development.
All right, I see Acting CAO Miller is on, who's also the director that may have some comments in regards to the tourism aspect and discussions that may have taken place.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple comments. The group has had some discussion with SDWC, so Sports Development, Wellness and Culture, and a little bit of discussion about the large-scale tourism funding as well, and the deadline for that is February 1st, so that's certainly accessible for an application still. And part of that discussion, as well as the other departments that would be involved, would be protective services, plus the fire department, should council support this event. So we would put together a team to work on the event at the direction of council, if it was approved by the Airport Commission as well.
Hey, Councillor Bressie, does that answer what you were looking for at this time?
Yeah, it's getting there. If I may, one other question.
Sure.
Specifically, I'm not sure if Director Manuel's on the line, but I'm curious what discussions have happened with our fire department, and if I'm really worried about capacity in our fire department. I know they're already strained. There's issues with COVID. There's issues with opioid response. And I don't know what kind of additional training or operational things they need to take. So how confident what kind of impact would we expect this to have on the operational readiness or the overtime pay in our fire department?
Director Manuel?
So I think you hit one of the points. At a minimum, we'd be looking at the overtime pay scenario. If we were on a standby or readiness during the event, that would obviously be done with overtime members as opposed to on-shift members. Aeronautical firefighting is certainly specialized, and it's actually an area of focus as part of our fire service review of something we had to prioritize in 2022, and that work's just starting right now. That being said, the fire department was involved in some of the preliminary presentations around this event, and like most things, if there's a will on the part of council and a budget to support the operations, it's certainly something that can be done.
Thank you.
All right, I see Councillor O'Toole next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just would like it if administration can continue working with this organization. There may be things that we have that we can use as gift in kind, like maybe fencing, barricades, that sort of stuff. It doesn't really cost us a lot of money, but we have it there and they could use it type deal. So if the administration can keep in contact with this organization, that would be something that I would like. Thank you.
Great. I see Councillor O'Connor, then I'll go to Councillor Blackmore and Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of this motion. I think we're getting into the weeds as to the how. I think Brian Grant had stated that they would work to try and get signatures from all the residences. And if that doesn't happen, hey, the event doesn't go ahead. So I would support a motion that John put forward, that we vote in favor of this. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Blackmore.
I guess the bottom line is that if the organization can't get approvals from Transport Canada, and one of those things they have to do is come forward with landowner support, then the whole event will collapse anyway. So I guess I will support the motion, which is to show our support for a good economic development project coming forward in the city. And of course, I always do support economic development, as I believe that that is our way to a brighter future. I'm just reluctant to use this motion as a, yes, we're in all the way. It's more of a motion that we're in as far as we can be legally at this point.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Councillor Blackmore. It does say in the motion approving the proposed dates and any compliance conditions required with regard to insurance and liability. So if that doesn't cover what you're thinking, Councillor Blackmore, please feel free to amend it. And maybe just I'll give you a minute to think about that and come back to you. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I too would like to pass this motion, but I guess my friendly amendment would be, just to add in, as long as all the qualifiers, maybe not just insurance and such, but include the gamut of qualifiers in order to get this done so that everything is covered in that basis. And I would like to see that admin and the stakeholders are, expedient on this project so that something this valuable does make it to Grande Prairie, and our public would love to see it. So maybe with a friendly reminder in encompassing all qualifiers, perhaps.
So, Councillor Bosch, I ask, does the line where it says any compliance conditions, is that good for you?
Well, that has to also include the city too, right? The city admin. So I just want all the bases covered, including city admin. And if that fits in that, sure.
I'm not quite clear what you're hoping to change there. Sorry.
No, I want the inclusion of, our administration working with our stakeholders to get this done, that whatever, admin is looking at, whether it's the fire department or, city transportation assistance, that's included as well.
So I just, Councilor Bosch, I think that's a subsequent motion. I think that's additional action coming out of this. This is truly a motion for a letter of support based on approval from the Airport Commission. If there's other direction that you'd like to see follow up in regards to protective services, tourism, Director Glavin as the representative with the Airport Commission, then I think that's a subsequent motion. This motion is around the letter of support subject to approval from the Airport Commission and ensuring that any compliance conditions, including insurance and liability requirements, are met. So if you want to see administration to take the next step in regards to directing them to work with the host, the organizing committee and the Airport Commission, then I suggest that be a separate motion.
Oh, okay. I guess I thought that admin and whatever, directors that are involved would want to have that capacity prior to having city, a city letter go through, no?
Sure. So that was why, if you're not in support of this letter going through as a letter of support and you'd rather administration work with the airport authority or the presenters, then I would suggest voting against this motion of letter of support and ask administration to work with the airport authority and the host committee prior to a letter of support being written by the mayor.
Okay. I think I would be more comfortable with that. Not that I want this, not to happen, but if the city's going to support it, then you need your administration to back you in that letter.
Director, sorry, I have Councillor Bressie next.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I can't support this motion as it is right now, although I certainly do want to see this event go forward. But I really have concerns with us taking taking serious action on something that isn't urgent and emerging and has financial and operational impacts on the city at the same meeting that is raised. I think there's very good reason that we don't usually take big action on delegation items, because that gives our administration time to stick handle them a little bit and figure out what resources need to go into it and figure out how we can best support. And this is an event that's been in planning since August, so I don't feel the need to be as urgent that we're writing a letter the same meeting it comes forward. And there are all kinds of questions that I think are up in the air. We heard about the idea of there might be road closures that are needed. Well, our director of infrastructure has said that he hasn't been in dialogue about what those are in his service area. There's overtime implications likely for our fire department, but we don't know what those are. And I think those are probably all manageable, but I think it would be incumbent on us to give our CLT at least a little bit of time to discuss these and figure out what are the operational impacts on the city before we write this letter of support. So as much as I want this event to go forward, and I want us to support it as quickly as practical, I don't think it is a practical or a respectful thing of our administration to be writing that letter of support and saying, yep, we're all in at the very first meeting where this is raised. So I definitely want to take action on this of some sort tonight, but I can't support this particular motion.
All right, thanks for your comments, Councillor Bressie. I'm similar where you are. I absolutely support this. Like the opportunity, as Councillor Blackmore mentioned, for economic development from a tourism perspective, I think that organizations and events such as this can be a great value, not only for tourism, but for community spirit. I think that getting people together in an outdoor venue will be a great opportunity this summer. I do see additional information provided. If we were looking to do a letter of intent to host, I'd be happy to support a motion for a letter of intent to host. However, this is a little specific for me without seeing additional information. I hope that and I trust that the Airport Commission will do everything they can do to make sure that this can happen in our community, because I think it's a great opportunity. However, the letter is, in my opinion, a little bit to what the work needs to be done. However, I recognize, as the delegation mentioned, that January 15th is coming soon. So, working with the Airport Commission in a timely manner will be extremely important. And we don't have another meeting prior to then. So I know Councillor Bressie probably has a subsequent motion, but I would just ask if there's any further comments or questions on the motion, or if you have questions for administration to help you to make a decision on this motion, ask those now, and then I'll probably go to Councillor Lanners to close on the motion. So I see no one with questions in regards to requesting information from administration to make a decision on this motion. So I'll go to Councillor Lanners to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess where this goes is a motion of our spirit of intent, and whether or not we believe that this thing goes ahead. I didn't hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, I don't think this is a good project." I think everybody agrees that if done properly, this is a good project. All we're saying is that we believe that this is a worthy project, and that our intent is that we have a positive outlook on this, and we'd like to see it go ahead, as opposed to telling administration and others, well, feel free to take your time, get it straight. When you think you got it right, let us know, and then we'll make a motion, because we'll feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy. The last time I was at a meeting was in mid-November when we were at AUMA. This is the last time it came up. That was 8 weeks ago. It hasn't proceeded any further, and I don't know if it's because there's a catch-22 or a chicken and egg thing. I need a letter before I can do this, and I kept hearing that over and over again. I think it's on to us to show some leadership and say, you know what, we think it's a good thing. If it can work, make it happen. If we don't believe it, then let's do that right now. We have a reputation that we're worried about here as a can-do community. If we don't believe in it, then let's just pause this until it dies slowly on the vine, and then we can find a lot of reasons why it didn't work and didn't make sense, and we'll just move on to the next thing. But, we just hosted the Provincial Curling Championship. It was a great success. There's people and volunteers in the community that took it, but they just needed us to say, you know what, we think it's great that we have community events and big events come to Grande Prairie, because it's good for everybody in our community. And that's all this is doing. It's just saying, you know what, if those dates work, and you can get the Airport Authority and Transport Canada in place to say okay, then we're okay with making it make sense. Beyond that, I don't even know what our role is. We're going to end up maybe paying some money, but if we don't do it, I disagree with Councillor Bressie. This is emergent. This is urgent. They've got a deadline of January 15th. They've gone down the Gantt chart. They know when they have to have this letter in place. They didn't just pull that number out of the air. February 1st is a deadline for the major grant thing. I can assure you, if it's been 8 weeks already, there's no urgency to make it happen any faster. We as a council should show some chutzpah and say, you know what, we think it's good. Let's make it happen. If it's no good, let's at least give them the courtesy of making of them getting a no from someone else. But we've done our job, and if it comes back, they'll miss lots of opportunities. I guarantee. Not guarantee, but I'm pretty certain that if this comes back in 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, they'll miss some great opportunities in terms of grants, and probably miss the dates. And so I don't want that to be on our shoulders. All we're doing is say we believe Grande Prairie is a great place to host these events, and if we can make it work, damn it, let's do it. And that's all this motion says. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So thank you for your close on that motion. There we go, perfect. I will call the question now on that motion. And that is carried 8-1. All right. Any other business arising from that delegation? Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Even though I couldn't support that motion just because of the time, and I do definitely support the event, and I don't want to lose sight that there wasn't just an ask of the letter of support, but there was a financial ask there. So I also would move that Council direct administration to work with the group to explore the large-scale tourism event funding and other potential funding sources from the city. And just to speak to this, I definitely do think that it is worthy of our financial support if it goes forward. And I realize that we're only 2 weeks away from the large-scale tourism event funding, and that makes sense to me that that's probably the best source of funding for them. But if for some reason they're not eligible for it, or that doesn't look like a reasonable path for them to take, I want to be quickly finding other sources of funding for them.
All right, comments or questions on that motion? And the motion is in your box there, in your e-scribe. Council direct administration to work with the group to explore large-scale tourism event funding and other potential funding sources for this event. See no questions, so I'll call the question. Please vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, this funding source was created for these exact purposes, bringing people in from outside the area. And I would really appreciate it if they could get some funding out of this. So the funding is not going something that doesn't fit in. This fits in there like the perfect puzzle piece. So thank you.
I see Director Miller has turned his camera on. If you would have some comments or some context, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to make Council aware that administration has already engaged with this group and talked about the large-scale tourism fund, grant fund, and shared the application process. So that's in the works already. So just rest assured that we're looking after that aspect. And we can also explore other funding opportunities with the group as well if Council does support moving forward with it. So I guess all that to say, really, the motion isn't really necessary because we're doing this already. But
Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, and just speak to it is, I guess the reason I make this motion is I suspected that they'd be applying for that large-scale tourism funding, and administration wouldn't miss that. But just in case that funding doesn't work out for some reason, for example, the timelines, it seems to me that if usually we're not thinking about large-scale tourism funding until very late in the spring, and the timeline might be quick for them, or just if for some reason that funding source doesn't work out, I want to make it really clear that it's council priority to figure out how to discuss funding for these folks if that funding source doesn't pay out. So it's not, the intent of this motion isn't to say, hey, admin, make sure they apply for large-scale tourism funding. Really it is saying, if for some reason that doesn't work, we want this to come back to council.
All right, so comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, Councillor Bressie, did you have anything to add to close?
No, thank you.
Okay. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that is carried 8-1. Moving on now. I will ask one more time, is there any other business arising from that delegation? Seeing none, thank you to the delegation for coming tonight. Look forward to further conversations on this potential event. Moving on to the third delegation from this evening, Ms. Mary Dumas, I apologize if I'm incorrectly pronouncing your name. Now is an opportunity for council for questions for administration or any business that may be arising from this presentation this evening. I see Councillor Blackmore and then Councillor Bosch.
I would move that our Protective Services Director meet with the delegation to discuss her concerns and to bring back or to arrive at a solution.
All right. So, did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
In speaking to that, I am sympathetic that sometimes it's really difficult to find the way through to the right person to talk to understand why things are rolling out the way they are, and maybe we are at error in the situation, or maybe there's a misunderstanding. But either way, it's an easy fix, I think, to discuss this with her and make sure that her concerns have at least been heard. I feel that it's not the position of council to take any other action in this until we at least know more.
Great, thank you for that. I'll ask if the motion as pointed there or as noted there is suffice for you. Council-directed administration meet with the delegation to discuss concerns presented and bring forward solutions.
Yes, I think that is okay. Sufficient.
All right. Speaking to or in opposition to the motion, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting conversation for us to have. I don't know if I can support this motion as it is. It's assuming that solutions that the delegation were into that are needed, and I think I'd rather council learn a bit more about the current state. And the reason for that is I've had a number of calls from our designated driving companies, and all the calls I've gotten before today have actually been on the other side of the spectrum saying, hey, city administration is enforcing requirements that aren't actually in the bylaw, and they're adding in requirements. And so this is actually, this delegation was saying the opposite of what other companies have said. And for me, before we presuppose that solutions one way or the other are needed, I think it would be worth us learning more. So I'd rather us have a motion asking for more information about what are the requirements exactly for designated driving insurance, and are they currently being enforced, and how are they being currently enforced?
So, Councillor Bressie, I'll ask if you think, is there an opportunity for an amendment there on the motion as you see it? And if not, I'll go on to the next councillor that had comments or questions.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'd be more comfortable with something like forward information to the appropriate standing committee or something like that, where for me, solutions indicate, hey, something's broken and it needs to be fixed, and that might not be the case. So for me, I'd rather have more information so we can decide if things need to be fixed or not.
So are you making an amendment, or are you asking Councillor Blackmore for a friendly amendment? What is your intent?
Sure, I guess.
I'm comfortable with that as a friendly amendment to bring back information to the appropriate standing committee.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Blackmore.
Great. Thank you for that. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I appreciate the change there, and I will support the motion. I think that Director Manuel has heard the concerns. I think that whether it be through changing of staff, whether it be misinterpretation, whatever, the concerns that were brought forward, regardless of what the issues are, there are still issues from this delegation, so that need to be addressed. So thank you for this motion, and I will support it. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'll call the question. Please vote. And that is carried unanimously. Moving on in the agenda, there are no notices of motion, and now I will look to council for a motion to move in camera. That being said, before I go to Councillor Thiessen for that motion, I will just let you know, for those who are watching, following the in camera, we will be heading into council recess, and we will be back for 6 p.m. for our scheduled delegations. So I'll go to Councillor Thiessen for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council go in camera.
That motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that is carried unanimously. So I'll ask, if you're not required to be part of this in-camera discussion, that you jump back off. We'll be back at 6 p.m. And then I'll wait for administration to tell me that we're in the clear to continue, because I think we're staying on this link. 2, 1. Good evening and welcome to the evening portion of the council meeting of December 10th, 2022. We are now on item number 13 in our agenda, which is the scheduled delegations. As I mentioned earlier, if you're unable to make the 3 p.m. delegation portion of our meeting, you're more than welcome to come to the evening session. We just ask that you let us know in advance that you intend to come. There is a form online. It's relatively easy to fill out, and it just gives us a heads up that you plan to come as a delegation in the evening. We do have one group that has let us know ahead of time, the Pirates Fastball group, and I did see an individual on our call from the Fastball Association. If you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, introduce yourself for the group, and you'll have about 5 to 10 minutes to speak to council, and then council at the end of it will have an opportunity for questions. So feel free to introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Bri. I'm with the Grande Prairie Pirates Girls Fastball, and I'm just going to share my screen here. I also have our Executive Director with us as well, Ashley Porterfield, and the President of the Fastball Association is joining us slowly yet surely. He couldn't find the link that I emailed him last week. Nope, that wasn't the... All right, so I have a presentation here. You guys were sent a version of it, but this is I had some updating that needed to be done. Hang on just 2 seconds. I have too many things open. There we go. Ooh. Is everything okay? Everyone can hear me? I'm not super laggy or anything? All right. So again, my name is Rye. I'm with the Grande Prairie Pirates Girls Fastball Ball League. So we are a grassroots organization that has started in 2019. We've grown the league from 40 girls to over 100. Ooh. So in the last 2 years, even COVID pending. So first off, we want to acknowledge that we originate, operate, and develop on Treaty 8 traditional territory, ancestral home of the Cree, Beaver, Dene, and Métis people. We would also like to acknowledge that all the First Nations and Inuit people who have lived, traveled, and gathered on these lands for thousands of years. We have a huge Aboriginal population within our organization, and they are instrumental in what make our world go round. So I don't think Shane has joined us yet, but he's the president. We also have Ashley Porterfield, who's joining us via phone. And then there's me. I'm the fundraising director for our lovely ladies. So who we are, we're a grassroots organization that we have put Grande Prairie on the map for fastball. We've hosted quite a few successful events. We had one that grossed over 800 tourists in a 6-day event. That was, I believe it was Nationals or Worlds that Shane Milligan helped bring to Grande Prairie. The STEAM report reported that the total economic activity that was brought in predicted to be over $400,000 in a 6-day period. So that's, we had teams from all over Canada come and join us, and our men actually did very, very well. The Pirates Fastball Club has also an endowment fund with the Community Foundation for scholarships for students looking to seek post-secondary, and we're always looking to give back to the community. We are looking to host Western, provincial, and national events. We're always ones that they go to see if we can host because we do have such a prominent name within the fastball community. Right now, the men's fastball has 50 active members within their organization, and they're expecting substantial growth after COVID doesn't, kill everything in our community. Our fastball growth, like I mentioned before, so 40 girls to over 100 in the last 12 months, and we have prospects to grow to over 150 girls with 24 coaches. We've launched a boys program this year if we have enough turnout, and a women's league is supposed to be launching as well within, assuming we have enough people. And we are 100% inclusive within our organization. So what I'm asking for from the City of Grande Prairie is we specifically would like for the Parkside Ball Diamonds, there's 2 that are there, to be converted into exclusive fastball diamonds for our younger divisions. They operate on different dimensions and different rules and regulations when it comes to younger divisions. So that would be including putting in magnetic bases, no shale. There's a specific additive that we're wanting to add to the soil and making it done on a clay base. We want to tear out the mats that were put in at home plate. Proper base paths for the younger divisions, dugout stands, and this is estimated to cost about $26,000. We alone put in over $20,000 worth of diamond rentals last year, and the year before that, the Grande Prairie Pirates Girls Basketball were the only organization that actually contributed money to renting diamonds. So moving forward on like a 3-year plan, we want to keep 1 and 2 as they are technically fastball diamonds, but they're used more primarily for slow pitch. We want to move those to exclusive fastball diamonds because that's what they were built for many, many years ago. We'd also like exclusivity to those diamonds moving forward. Updating South Bear 1 and 2 for fastball because there's been such an increased interest in the sport. And if we were to have something along those lines of having even 4 diamonds that were just fastball, we would be the first community in Alberta and BC that have fastball exclusive diamonds. When we hosted the U19 and the U12 provincials last year, the city parks department was amazing. They did everything that we asked and went above and beyond to make our event known. And we received actually a lot of accreditation from the teams that joined us for provincials, and it was a wonderful, wonderful event. Those girls played their hearts out. We're also asking for discount on diamonds and additional funding from the city. We were the only sanctioned league that paid for city facilities in 2020. We like to keep our league fees low so that everyone can play. Right now, it's about $100 to $150 per girl to play in the girls' league. That's going to increase because we're actually able to go on at a competitive level this season. And now that we are a little bit more established, we have potential for provincial grants and federal grants, just because we have been able to host previous events here in Grande Prairie. What this means for Grande Prairie as well as our league moving forward. So Olympic prospects. Our U13 girls are actually the next Olympic hopefuls for the 2028 Olympics in LA. If anybody was watching the Olympics, the women's softball team took home bronze this year at the Olympics. They actually had the second oldest Olympian to date at the age of 42. She actually came out of retirement to play in the Olympics. And we thought that was pretty cool. Me and my daughter, Hannah, we sat up and, we actually woke up at, all hours of the day to watch our women play and represent Canada. If we have exclusive diamonds that are just for fastball, we will have more opportunity than we already have to host more elite events. So nationals, provincials, world, as well as we're looking at a training facility. Right now, the closest world-class training facility is actually in Saskatoon. And I will actually show you guys that here. I have a little bit of, so this is the Gordie Howe Sports Complex in Saskatoon. So it was a joint venture between private funding as well as city grants and federal, municipal, and provincial grants. Specifically, their ball facility is phenomenal. They do cater to all sports when it comes to this. So they have an indoor training facility. They have speed skating ovals, ski facilities, and indoor and outdoor cages for pitching and batting. This is the stadium specifically that we're hoping to eventually get, whether it's a partnership between the county and the city or something moving forward. 4 World Softball Championships, so in a 10-day event, it's phenomenal. And I can send this, if you guys want to Google it later and take a look. It is an amazing facility. Shane has attended more often than not any events that they have here. And this is also the home of an elite fastball organization called the 222s. They're fantastic. Their job, what they get paid to do, because they're a private organization, is they will put girls and anybody who goes through their program in front of collegiate or scouts. So last year, 15 out of their 17 made it with full rides for scholarships on a post-secondary level. So that's pretty exciting too. So what we would do with our money and what we look forward to doing moving forward, Some of the money, if we get any back or if we do get funding, is purchasing equipment. Girls basketball equipment is hard to find, and it's even more expensive to get. It's made smaller, it's made a little bit differently. It's no different than boys sports versus girls sports when it comes to equipment. Because we are a specific type of ball, training equipment and playing equipment is hard to come by as well. Hosting events like I've mentioned before, we have the chance to expand our organization. So we've been in discussions with the 222s to become an extension of their program. So that means that we could very well end up being a training facility for Alberta and being that hub. Grande Prairie is already a natural hub for a lot of the North and the Peace Country, and we want to be able to help our girls and our kids and anybody else who's interested in playing fastball achieve whatever they want within fastball. And yeah, we have a radius of over 200 kilometers that we cater to for our kids. We actually have camps going on every Sunday at County Sportsplex that we have girls and boys that come from Chetwynd, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, just to play ball because there's nothing for them there. We have tremendous promise and talent for our girls and our kids to go on to even higher levels of sports. Back in the end of June, beginning of July, our girls actually, all of our competitive teams went down to Statler to compete because that was the closest tournament that we had. Here are some pictures from those. So our U12s, our U14s, and our U19s all competed. The U12s were actually the only team to win a game, but it was their first game. And it was phenomenal how much fun these girls had and how much they learned about the love of the game. And it was crazy hot, but it was fantastic. And these are some pictures from our provincials. So our U12s took home the silver this year. They played till after midnight because we were due to have rain, and they ended up taking home the silver. I could not be more proud of those girls. The U14s actually had to compete in Edmonton for their provincials because that's who won the bid for that. They had 24 teams split into 2 divisions to compete. And our U19s took home the bronze. Now, we only had 3 teams, 2 from outside and then 1 from Grande Prairie for the U12s and the U19s. So we were guaranteed to take home a medal, but anybody who came to our tournament from out of town were just blown away by what we offered. So these are the teams that operate within the Pirates community. So we have our men's division, and they actually travel all over Alberta and Saskatchewan to play ball. We have a U14 group, a U19, 2 U12 divisions. So we have a competitive and a development. I think those girls look super snazzy in their outfits. The coaches look pretty awesome too. We have 2 U10 teams and a U8 team, which those are looking to grow significantly because we've been able to make a name for ourselves. We have huge parent support. So all of our coaches, we offer free coaching, and the umpire clinic we also offer for free to help designate our games. This is, as you can see, I'm down there at the bottom. We were running pretty close for that, for a tiebreaker game with our U12 girls to go into the silver medal game. And so we pulled out rally caps for everybody, and they ended up winning that tiebreaker game. So it just goes to show that rally caps work all across the board. Well, here's my contact information if anybody's looking for it. I'm in the process of getting quotes so that we have a better idea of what it would cost moving forward. I know that it has to be sent out for tender, but it would be a great opportunity to have something specific for fastball. We have arenas for hockey. We have cricket fields. We have disc golf. There's so much available for the other sports, and it's time that the city helps support our Pirates fastball organization. I am going to show you the quick quote that I got from a gentleman at Western Pro out of Lloydminster. He actually sold you guys some equipment not too long ago to help resurface our diamonds. So this is the quote from Western Pro. So this is just for the 2 diamonds down at at Parkside. And this is everything. He did quote on the higher side because I said it's better to be safe than sorry. And he is like the go-to for resurfacing diamonds and getting ball diamonds, fastball diamonds, any type of diamonds ready to go. And that, my friends, is all that I have.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a couple council members that have some questions, starting with Councillor Blackmore.
Okay. Hi, Rai. So thank you for your presentation. I have to confess I'm the worst ball player in the world. Absolutely, for sure, the worst. And I need you to explain to me a little bit, if you can, what's the difference between a fastball diamond and a slow pitch diamond or a softball diamond?
So softball and fastball are very, very similar. Once you hit a certain age, when it comes to the women's side, you start playing what's technically called softball. Fastball is a windmill pitch. It's a shorter diamond. You play with a specific type of ball. It's not as like baseball where the balls are going home run hits. There are home run hits, don't get me wrong, but it's a smaller type of game in the sense that there's a lot more hitting to fielders. There's a lot more action happening on the field versus like a Major League Baseball game. There is tons of YouTube videos that show that baseball players, so Major League ball players, cannot hit a fastball for the life of them because it goes so much faster. And it's a bigger ball than a baseball. It's about 11 inches.
Oh, okay, because I would have guessed it was a smaller ball. So
no, that's a hard ball.
Okay, so the diamonds that you're specifically talking about, they're large enough for children, the ones for the schools?
Yeah, so they were actually used for mixed slow pitch for the longest time, and the Capua Ladies organization does operate on them, COVID pending, of course. But there, quite a few years ago, we as the Capua Ladies, because I sit on the board for them too, we were told that there was to be no adult play on those diamonds because there was people not respecting the neighborhood. So purposely hitting home runs onto resources, that won't happen with basketball because we're keeping the U15s and under, I think, at those diamonds, or the U13 and under at those diamonds. So the fence line will be brought in, hopefully the 225 for us, and we're the only ones that would be using those. So the clay base is different that you're running on. You'll have magnetic bases, no shale, no gravel, because there is sliding and there's stealing. There's lots that happens within a fastball game.
Hey, Mayor Clayton, if I could just add one more question.
Sure, go for it.
You mentioned that you're in discussion with 222, but I don't know what 222 is.
Okay, so the 222s is the elite organization out of Saskatoon. And so they're a private organization that specifically their job is to get kids in front of collegiate scouts.
Okay.
So they travel to Edmonton every weekend to train whoever wants to pay to go to that.
Okay. So it's elite. I understand now. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you
for that, Councillor Lanners. Sorry. There you go.
You're preaching to the converted, Reed, because I spent my whole life playing ball and playing fastball in particular, so pretty excited about that. And you're right. There is some merit to knowing that, Diamonds 1, 2, and 3 were down there at South Bear Creek were built by the works of fastball teams at the time, and many of the diamonds on the other side as well that were built with their impetus and probably wouldn't be there today if it wasn't for the Bob Normandos and those kinds of the world. And so do want to recognize that. So there's value in knowing that.
Absolutely. And I didn't verbalize that because I knew I only had a couple minutes to present, and that was before my time. So I know that 1 and 2 specifically are fastball diamonds. So when the Pirate men do practice and have games, that's where they go exclusively. In the last about 10 or 15 years, some of those diamonds, Diamond 1 and 2, have been designated or named after slow pitch players. And so they don't have, I guess, that recognition that they're fastball orientated anymore.
And that's
go ahead, Councillor Lanners. Finish your question.
Yeah, over time, obviously the slow pitch kind of took over. I guess my question is, and you kind of briefly touched on it. I don't know. You said Capua Ladies and other people, and the regular slow pitch league. What would be their opinion? You said Capua Ladies seems they're okay with smaller kids using it. What about, are there mixed slow pitch teams that use those pitches?
Not Parkside anymore. No, they're not allowed to.
So converting them to a kids diamond it wouldn't shock anyone just based on the nature.
The only thing that would change at Parkside that would matter to the women, because we're not allowed to hit home runs. That's in our bylaws. That's how we were able to keep playing at Parkside, because we had to appeal to the city to keep our adult play there, is that the base paths would be shorter, which I know I certainly wouldn't mind a shorter base path running.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor?
Oh, there I am. No, thank you, Rye. I really enjoyed coming down to the tournaments and watching some games. That was tremendous, great fan involvement. So I hope your proposal, we're able to help you. So just want to compliment you on all the hard work you've put in the Fastball Pirates forever.
Thank you. It was great to see you. He came down and watched us cheer on the girls, and we actually ended up running a slow pitch tournament for the ladies on Diamond 3 to help make up some revenue. And that actually happened to be at the same time that the night market was going on, so we were able to help support the vendors at the night market as well, because we were able to give wristbands. The night market gave us wristbands to give out to the teams and their families.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
I love ball. My kids all love ball, played all kinds of it. My question to you is, with these 2 diamonds that you're looking at to have exclusivity at Parkside,
yep.
How many fastball diamonds are there now that there is a need? There's 0?
South Bear 1 and 2 are technically fastball diamonds, but they cater more to the slow pitch side. So there's mats put in at South Bear, at most of the diamonds except for 1 and 2 at home plate, that are actually taken out at South Bear 1 and 2 because there's sliding that takes place. You can steal home, slide home, all that stuff. So those have been taken out for fastball to help, level the playing field a little bit and to accommodate both type of leagues. Other than that, there are no fastball diamonds that are exclusive fastball diamonds. So sliding on shale, has anybody slid on shale before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a tetanus shot waiting to happen is what it is. And so we would get rid of the shale. Now the shale is there to help maintain the moisture level. With this turfus solution that we're wanting to add to the soil, that's something that is just known within the fastball community that is added to keep and maintain that moisture. Now,
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Other than the exclusivity part, you were looking at discounts and money as well. Yep. So can you elaborate on that how you're different than any other ball club?
So the Grande Prairie Pirates girls fastball is exclusively for kids. The men's side take care of the adult specifically, and any sanctioning and any rules will be done for the adults on the men's side. When it comes to the kids side, we're a not-for-profit. We cater exclusively to kids, and we are able to host a significant amount of programs and events because we're a children's-based activity.
Right.
We had girls that were practicing 4 nights a week and then still getting together with their friends that they made at fastball on the weekends at Parkside.
Okay, that was my next question, is the usage, if it was exclusive for fastball.
Ashley can attest to this because she's the one who booked the diamonds for fastball for the last season. How many nights a week were we booked at Parkside and South Bear, Ashley?
Sorry. So at Parkside, we were booked 5 nights a week. And at South Bear, we had them for 3 nights a week.
Now that's one game a night?
No, that was 2 practices a night. Like 2 different
an hour and a half.
Teams. But next, this season coming up, we had 8 teams last year. I'm expecting 12 at least, based on all of the engagement we've had in our winter training and all the new players that are interested in coming out. I expect us to grow to about 12 teams.
Okay. I appreciate your tenacity with the future stadium and training facility. Hopefully, you have to have big dreams in order to make things happen. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Oh,
wow, I got to follow that suggestion. Well, maybe talk to the Pomeroy group because I think they're looking to set up something similar for that. So similar to Councillor Bosch's questions, Rye, in the region, are there any clay surface specific to fastball diamonds available?
I have reached out to the city to get what Parkside specifically is built on because I'm kind of like honing in on like one task at a time. Mm-hmm. Let's get these diamonds converted if that's the case, and then we can move on with a 3 to 5-year plan for fastball and have a joint effort with the city for that. I know that South Bear is not. They are a gravel base and it's pretty much concrete underneath. It is, once the shale goes away, and the city spends a significant amount of money on shale, and it's gone like by the second or third night of league play. Parkside might be a clay base. We're not sure. Part of that quote that I showed was actually doing a resurface on that and digging down as far as 8 inches to make that happen.
Okay. Anything else in the region, like the county, Sexsmith, anything like that?
I'm not aware if there is.
Okay, and then just one more question, just in regards to the funding. So the City of Grande Prairie has lots of funding streams and grant opportunities that we give out to different community organizations. It may be too late in the process, but never too early to start in our community group funding, where there is funding available for organizations such as yourselves and others to help with the operational costs over the course of the year. And the other one I'd encourage you to look into as well is the Pursuit of Excellence funding. There's lots of pots from the Arctic Winter Games that got put in there for coaching, training, traveling, all that stuff for our athletes.
And we've been working with Karna as well at GP Sports Council to help apply for grants and for funding. So she's definitely somebody that we are utilizing as best we can to help, because this is her wheelhouse. Stuff like this is exactly what Karna is about. So we do have some resources. Again, we're still relatively new, 2 years, and then COVID thrown into the mix of that as well. There's a lot to overcome and to adjust to. Like, I would have loved to have been able to meet you all in person and have one girl from each of our age groups show up in their uniforms.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
It would have been fantastic. Those girls in those ball pants, they're just the cutest.
Next time.
Yes, and just to elaborate a little bit on Chris's comment about the extra funding, I did phone the city in June because we didn't get notice that we were even a potential provincial host until June. We got about 8 weeks to plan provincial, and again, COVID pending. So I did approach the city. I tried to get a hold of multiple people, and my call wasn't returned until September and October. To my understanding, it was you guys had switched over to a new system, so I just kind of got lost in translation, lost in the mix, fell between the cracks. So I can respect that. That happens all the time, and especially on a scale as big as the city of Grande Prairie, it happens. So moving forward, I know what to do and who to reach out to and what resources I can call to say, hey, how do I do this? Because there's been a lot of that lately.
Yeah, well, it's great. Learning curves are steep sometimes, but the results sometimes are amazing. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thanks for being here. Chris actually got in front of me. I would have asked all the questions he did. I was going to suggest getting in touch with Sports Connection for sure. Yep. And also, did you finally get somebody at the city that you have their contact that you can communicate with?
Yeah. I think I've talked to probably 8 people here about where to go and how to get there.
Problem has been solved then? And
unfortunately, we didn't qualify for any funding because it was after the deadline. We run into the issue that we don't know until May, maybe June, about provincials and hosting events for like provincials until later on in the year. So the deadline is February for some of that funding. So, but there's other funding that we can apply for. And now that we have a little bit of money in the bank, not very much, mind you, but we do have some money in the bank to maybe push that forward and maybe get funding after the fact. We won't have to rely specifically on funding for future events. Shane's been contacted to host Worlds again this year or next year, I believe, as well for fastball.
Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, did you have something else, Councillor O'Toole?
I was just going to say that we did our budget last year in November. And so, you know, we have people like yourselves coming in all the time saying, well, we didn't have that information and stuff like that. So make sure that you keep in touch with the city and let us know if there's possibilities.
I was planning to come in October and talk to you guys, but then my house got COVID. So, and then it was Christmas. So this was my first opportunity that I really felt that it was something that I could focus on 100% and give you guys 110% in my presentation.
Appreciate you made the effort to be here today, so thank you.
Well, and I appreciate you guys for coming forward too. Thank you.
I see Ms. Porterfield has your hand. You have your hand up. Did you have something to add from one of the previous questions?
I did. So Softball Alberta has recommended us to host provincials again this year. So we will be putting in to host U13C and D provincials this year.
And Ashley, what did it cost for us to run provincials for the U19s and the U12s last season?
Well, probably around $3,500 with diamond rentals and umpire fees. Other than that, we fundraised for everything.
Yes, we did.
And got lots of sponsorships. And then to elaborate on the 222s, so we actually have two players, a U13 and a U15, that have been put on the 222s watch list. So they wanted them to work on some specific skills over the winter, and they will be trying out again in September for the 222s. And should they have that opportunity, they will be traveling to California and Florida to play fastball.
Councillor O'Toole. Or O'Connor, my apologies.
Yeah, sorry. It's, I love being an O'Toole. Anyway, I just want to do a shout out. Rye, how many people, and I have two parts to this, how many people got scouted and sent away at this year's tournament?
At the Stetler tournament, it wasn't any of our girls, but there was a U16 and a U14 player. Or no, sorry, a U19 and a U16 player. One had already been scouted and given a full ride to the University of Washington. And then there was a scout looking at this U16 as well, they were planning to give her a full ride to the University of Washington as well. So on the collegiate level in the States, it is their mandate that any collegiate level sponsorship or scholarship needs to be equal for men as it is for women. So there isn't more money going to boys than there is to girls. It has to be equal. The University of Washington is, I believe, we're about 85% of the Olympic team actually trained at and played at on scholarships before they went to the Olympics.
Yeah. So I just want to thank you I come in to pick up some water one day, and that's how Ryan and I got to meet. All of a sudden, I'm going to
We met years ago, Mr. O'Connor.
Yeah. Well, I go to the tournament, and I want to do a shout out when you told us that you were having problems, and Kevin O'Toole and Wade Palat both give me a direction, and I was able to get a hold of Arlen Miller, and they eventually got a hold of, unfortunately too late, but I think now is the time to start the planning. So do that. And I wasn't a counselor. So there you go.
Yes, you're right.
So I see no further questions. I wanted to thank you for coming tonight. If you weren't familiar, we go through traditionally a couple other pieces of business, and then we come to delegations. So at this point, it's the time for council. During the delegation business is the time for council to ask administration questions, potentially create some direction out of your presentation. I want to thank you. As Councillor Leonard mentioned, you're speaking to the converted. I played competitive junior A fastball in the lower mainland of BC for many years. I'm very familiar with the difficulties of playing on baseball fields with mounds and various types of fields as you're growing up in small communities. So I appreciate your need, and I'm glad to see that your league is growing. When I first moved to Grande Prairie, we had about 3 women's teams, and that was it. And so congratulations for growing your league. I think it's great work. It also makes me very proud that Grande Prairie has the largest slow pitch league in Canada. So we definitely are a ball community. And so we're definitely a ball community. So at this point, I'll just ask you to turn your camera off. We'll go on to our regular business, and then someone from administration will follow up with you based on what comes out of the rest of the meeting.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So moving on to item number 14 of our agenda, 14.1, public member reports. I think that at this point, I'll ask Ms. Karvashewski, but I think that this is, we'll be looking for a motion to postpone this or move it to the next council meeting. What is your preference?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. At this point, there's no necessary action to be taken. The public member appointment item will just automatically come forward to a future council meeting once direction by council to administration has been taken.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. So moving on, there is no unfinished business, and tonight we have no public hearings. So item number 17, delegation business, and as noted, there's only one delegation here tonight that let us know ahead of time that they wanted to speak to council. So the Pirates Fastball Club made their presentation in regards to needs at facilities as well as potential interested in opportunities for other funding. I'll open it up to council for questions for administration or any business arising. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, my question would be to administration. Is there some place that we could find the funding for this? Is there a funding source that you guys can think of?
I'll turn that to Director Miller. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just want a little bit of background. I did speak with Rye several months ago, and then we had a really good conversation, and then Katie Bieberdorf and Stephanie Casrolet have also talked to Rye, I believe, trying to figure out what we could find for funding sources for them. And I know now that council's approved this, the new one for us, the new hosting opportunity that will engage with Rye and Ashley as well about that. And we'll explore what other grant opportunities or funding opportunities. For the ball tournament that they hosted that she's mentioned, it was late in the game for grants. So what we did is we discounted the rental rate for the ball diamonds just to help them out as much as we thought we could. And so we've tried hard to work with them in the past, and we'll do the same in the future as well. I'm not sure where communication came in that they weren't able to contact us right away, but I think we have that solved for the future as well. So.
All right. Thanks for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I think the request is actually a lot more than funding. I think there's some asks, there's some agreements that are within this, and it's actually quite layered. And I think it's well worthy of at least a report or presentation in the future time for council. So I'll let the rest council ask their questions if they have any of administration. Otherwise, I'm more than prepared to make a motion to send this to the most appropriate standing committee for a report.
Right. I'll see if other council members have comments or questions for administration. Councillor Blackmore.
My question for administration, I guess, is one of the items that came up in conversation is often sporting groups don't know that they're going to have an opportunity to host until later in the season, often because Grande Prairie is looked upon as being in a community that can step into the breach and pick up an organization or a tournament that other communities had to let go or drop unexpectedly. And so I'm wondering if our deadline for grant application is really appropriate. I've heard other organizations make the same complaint where, the deadline passed and then they were given the opportunity to host a tournament or a provincial or regional endeavor and were not able to or had to find alternate funding. And have we given consideration to a more flexible funding approach, or are we stuck on a deadline?
I will ask Director Miller for some. There we go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We've talked several times with Council in the past about the deadlines, and we've adjusted the deadlines for grant opportunities, trying to capture or provide the opportunities as much as possible. And we've said in the past too that the deadlines are guides. It's a pretty good guide for us for the different groups on when they can apply. But if last-minute requests do come forward, we certainly try to consider those, and then we'll bring the information to committee as well. And with a recommendation for potential funding sources, it could even be something such as Council Strategic Initiatives Fund. But or if we can't figure it out, we'll try to share as much information as possible and look for direction from Council on what to do or committee. But the deadlines it's a guideline. If something emerging comes up, then we'll certainly bring the information forward as well to committee or to Council.
I'm wondering if we're really communicating that attitude very well, or if we need to make a better attempt at communicating that we're here to help and that we want our community groups, sporting or otherwise, to succeed. That's just a comment, it's not a direction.
Okay. I think if I could just comment, Mayor Clayton.
Yeah.
I think our view is we need a little bit of a guide, so we can't have applications coming up throughout the year at different times. But I'm sure you have my commitment that we'll certainly work with the different groups as they come forward, and we could, I guess, discreetly communicate if something emerges. Then please let us know. And I'm sure Karna knows the same thing, to encourage groups to contact SDWC, who always brings the reports forward to committee as well. So.
Okay. Yeah, when the pot's dry, but if there's still money there, it would be tragic not to give it out. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, just a question to Arlen. I don't know what the condition of those two diamonds are that were spoke about today by Reed, but I was wondering if there would be a review of those diamond conditions. Maybe we already know. And when that information is available, we could bring that to committee as well. And what I'm getting at is maybe Parks needs to get some of the landscaping done, and maybe we can incorporate that into converting those diamonds through Parks. If there's money available and if that's something that's viable.
Dr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I know there has been some improvements already to some of the ball diamonds. I don't have all the specific details, but if Council tonight wants to give us direction, we'll certainly bring a report forward and have all those details available at committee.
Thank you for that. Just a comment, as you probably noticed in the quote, it included bleachers. I think that there's an opportunity based on information that administration gathers to look at a phasing approach. This may not necessarily need to be done all at once. So, Councillor Bressie.
I just didn't see anybody else with their hands up, so I've got a motion if you think questions are done.
Go for it. Yep.
Great. I've got two pieces of business that I think we should take care of, and the first one I'll take care of is potentially looking at diamonds. I'd move that Council direct administration to bring forward a report outlining options to create dedicated fastball diamonds, their likely costs, and their likely impact on softball. And just to speak to this, we had a couple diamonds that got mentioned that might be really prime for converting fastball, but if administration gets into it, I don't want to be too specific saying, look at those diamonds in case administration's got reasons to check some other diamonds as well. I'd like to know where administration thinks this could best go, how much would it cost, but also I think it is important to be having a formal conversation with the softball community and make sure that we're not creating too many problems there. Because we also did have, for new counselors, we did have softball come to us late last term talking about how they felt that there wasn't enough diamond space. And I kind of suspect if you create fastball and you get fastball off softball diamonds, it's probably a net zero change, but I don't know that for sure. So I think the impact of softball should be part of this conversation.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. Sorry, Councillor O'Connor? Can't hear you.
I'm in favor.
Councillor O'Connor is in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
Give her that. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie?
Then there also was conversation about funding, and for me, I don't feel the need to make a motion about dedicated funding for this organization, although I'm glad to hear that administration will be in touch with them. But one thing that seems like a bit of a miss to me is I was just browsing through our fees and charges bylaw as the delegation was going, and I realized that we've got a youth rate for ice rental, but we don't have a youth rate for outdoor diamond and outdoor field rentals. And in my opinion, we should be making youth outdoor sports as cheap as possible in this city. So to address that, I want to move the council direct administration to, during the 2023 budget deliberations, present potential new youth rates for outdoor field and diamond rentals and their likely financial impact. And just speak this next when we, doesn't help for this year, but when we talk about 2023, I'd like us to consider having lower rates for youth sports on these outdoor fields. And when we have that conversation, I'd also like to know not just what could a potential rate be, but what would its overall impact on our budget be. So I hope that council will support this motion so we can have an important conversation next budget deliberation.
All right, comments or questions on this motion? Seeing none, call the question. Councillor O'Connor?
In favor.
Councillor Bosch, are you good? Or okay.
I just have a comment when you get a chance after this.
That carries unanimously. I'll just check with Councillor Bressie. Did you have something else, Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, I've got one more motion if other people are done, but if somebody else wants to get in, I don't want to.
Councillor O'Connor?
Yeah, one of the things that Director Miller had explained to me and explained to Rye is that the cost is they've got to go in and redo the lines and redo all the fields after everyone, and the rental of the facility, the pavilion, is where a lot of the costs come in. So it's kind of a fixed rate there, so somebody has to come back with some data on how they can make that cheaper. So a little bit of a tough way to go, but there's a lot of labor involved.
Okay, thanks for that comment. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. And for this last one, I might ask for some help wordsmithing from Mayor Clayton and Councillor Bosch, who I believe are Regional Recreation Committee reps. But I would move that council also refer this matter to the Regional Recreation Committee. And just to speak to this, I think that if we're talking about a new facility in our region, we should talk to our regional partners about it. And maybe that's starting a process of seeing if there's potential to partner together to make something happen. But at the very least, it should just be letting our regional partners know, hey, this request came forward and we're doing work on it. So I don't know what the conversation should be at the Regional Rec Committee, but I think that it should be discussed at the Regional Rec Committee, not just as the city.
Just a question, Councillor Bressie, do you think that this should go directly to the Regional Rec or potentially to the Administrative Working Group for discussion to explore what the existing inventory looks like for easy conversions? Do you want it to go straight to the elected officials or the Administrative Working Group first?
Yeah, and I think I'd be comfortable with the Administrative Working Group making that decision. In my mind, the Administrative Working Group is a body of that committee, so I think my motion would allow for either of those, and I'm certainly open to wordsmithing on this motion if somebody needs, but I'm fine with the regional administration deciding how best to land this on an agenda somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with the motion how it is. I don't know if there's other comments or questions.
No, that sounds good. We're looking at our master plan here in the near future anyway, so we can maybe tie that in with potentials.
And I'm assuming, Councillor Bressie, you're referring to the facility request, not the financial request.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good clarification. Yeah, the facility request.
Okay.
If I could just maybe ask for that to be a friendly amendment on the.
Sure.
Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
That was popped in.
There we go. Perfect. Any further comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
O'Connor in favor.
Okay. And that carries unanimously. All right, so that takes care of delegation business for tonight. Moving on to council member reports. Give me a minute here. I'm gonna get my screen open up. I will ask for council member reports and roundtable if you have any items at the same time. And I'm just gonna start with Councillor Berg here on my top left.
All right. Of course, the provincial curling was in town this past weekend. I attended the ladies' final and thought it was amazing to, again, have a provincial championship here in town. I look forward to even more if everything goes through with what we heard today. Nighthawk ski area, of course, greatly affected by the cold weather. Thankfully, well, they got 1 or 2 days in right around New Year's, but it sounds like with the weather breaking today that they are back up and running, and their chairlift should be operational here within the next few weeks. So positive news around Nighthawk, and that's my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor Lerners.
Well, let's see. I tried to do as little as I could since the last meeting. Made a real point of it. Slept like a dog for the most of it. When I did move, it was like a garden slug. So I need that time of year to kind of wind down. And so, yeah, so I watched some curling just to kind of work my way into it. It's not really an adrenaline rush, but it's interesting to watch. And yeah, so hopefully I'll pick up a little steam. And looking forward to the new year. That's about it.
Great. Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great. I also enjoyed quite a slow last couple of weeks, including being off social media for a good time for the first time since my first election campaign, and that was much needed and much appreciated. 2 meetings I did have for the Christmas break, though, was I got to go to my first Alberta Municipalities Board meeting, which was fun to see. And one of the things we did was committee appointments. I got appointed as the vice chair of the Audit and Finance Committee and the vice chair of the Municipal Governance Committee, which I'm sure many people would tremble to have those two appointments together, but call me a masochist. I'm quite excited to have those two appointments. I think they're going to be a lot of fun. But also want to congratulate City Manager Galante on being appointed to the Apex Board, and Director Trim to being appointed to the Infrastructure Committee, and Mayor Potter to being appointed to the Municipal Governance Committee. I'm excited to serve on a committee with her. That'll be fun. So one other thing to draw council's attention to is I went to another consultation meeting on the potential transition to the Alberta Provincial Police. And right now they're in the middle of doing engagement for municipal councillors. There's going to be 2, knock on wood, we'll see where COVID goes, but there's going to be 2 in-person sessions here in Grande Prairie. There's also a few virtual sessions. And I'd really, really, really strongly encourage council to please sign up for one of those sessions. They're all the exact same presentations, so you don't have to sign up for more than one, but sign up for one. First of all, I really appreciate that the province is doing dozens of engagements with municipal elected officials. That is encouraging to see. But I also think that as you go through the presentation, you'll see there is some good stuff in there in terms of talking about the future of policing in Alberta and changes that need to be made, whether we stay RCMP or we go Alberta Provincial Police. But there's also a lot of very big glaring holes in the provincial transition study that's come out so far. And I think it's really important that there's municipal officials in there asking the questions about a municipal impact that we would know best. So please, please, please sign up for one of those sessions. It's well worth your time.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So since we last met, I guess we as a council, I enjoyed going to the emergency management training seminar that we all went to. It's something that we have to look at because, you know, nothing is as simple as it used to be with global warming and potential issues with polarization. So that was a good training session. I went to the Regional Sport Connection meeting. That was really good. They have a Try It Day here in Grande Prairie, and probably you're all aware that that was supposed to happen here shortly and, well, this weekend, and it's now since been moved to February 26th. So they have close to 600 participants usually that try about 23 different types of sports in 15 different venues. So it's a big day for kids. That same day, Mayor Clayton and I attended the Regional Recreation Committee meeting, and that too was just a quick introduction, talking about going over the master plan here shortly, and collaboration with regional partners and the city regarding black ice and how to deal with that issue. As a council, we went to the Aquaterra stakeholders orientation. We attended the coordinated care campus tour, Christmas break, of course, which was great to have after this fun-filled orientation. I'll just say it that way. It was good to have a break. And then Councillor Brassey and I attended the Youth Advisory Council meeting, and that too was a bit of an introduction to our new youth that are on this committee. And he and I are both eager to get to know these youth and see what's on their mind and their perspectives, and additionally reciprocate what municipal structures and procedures are on our side. And then on January 6th, most of us attended the ribbon cutting at the Alberta College of Body Art. That is really cool. That is piercing and tattoo school, one of a kind. In fact, the only one in at this point. So that was great. And then I did attend the men's finals for the Boston Pizza Cup, and that was great. So Councillor O'Toole there too, and so a little bit of everything and a holiday. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
All right. The Alberta Bilingual Municipalities Associations asked me if I would sit on the executive committee, and I acknowledged that I would. So I'm now appointed to the executive committee for the Alberta Bilingual Municipalities Association. That was on December 20th. The Combative Sports Commission had a meeting that particular day, trying to figure out what we're going to try and do next year and resolve some things that come up recently. But that's a go. I did want to mention the fact that we did go to that body piercing ribbon cutting at the Creative Inc. and Edge, and it's amazing where the people are coming from, and very few are coming from the region. They're coming from outside the region to go to the school. So that's bringing in some, call it tourism dollar, call it whatever you want, education. So things like that work out. And I didn't go to the New Year's ceremony celebrations because it was cold. And earlier that day I fell down and I was sore. But I did get a recommendation for a movie from Mr. Councillor Bosch, and it was called The Green Book. And I would suggest, if you haven't seen that movie, take a couple hours on a night and watch that. It really brings back some things that we probably don't want to do anymore. So thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor O'Connor.
Wow, yay. There we go. Just want to say a lot of the things, everybody's covered all the events. We went to all of those, so it's been great. Nice to hear the presentation by the Coliseum group. That was wonderful. I'm kudos to our staff in handling the double payment thing. So I think that was well handled by our staff. But I also have a huge, and just give me a couple of minutes because this is a short story. The East Link staff through Arlen. I got a letter. We all got a letter from Gabriel Frattini and contacted council about the lack of hours in the mornings. And within 1 hour after I forwarded that email to Arlen, he forwarded on to Eastlink staff, and Carly from within the hour contacted the lady, and they were able to put up the hours, and they were there all the week. I got a letter of thank you. So I just want to say kudos to the staff and how quickly they dealt with helping our residents during very, very cold weather. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton and Council. Pretty much Councillor Bosch covered off everything that I think all the Council did before. But I did attend a couple of Grande Prairie Storm meetings on the 14th and 30th of December. We have another meeting tomorrow. Currently, with all the restrictions around COVID and arena, the way the arena is and how many fans are allowed in, it's been quite challenging, I think, for the Storm to try to continue to flex the financial boats and row it to shore safely. But there are lots of ideas that are coming up. I threw my name into the fundraising committee hat just to add some new ideas to that. And so I look forward to having those discussions in the new year and how we can help to fundraise up a storm for the Storm. And one thing I just did want to note with the Alberta College of Body Art, for anyone who is interested locally or otherwise, I don't know if anyone non-locally is watching this, but it is accredited and the first and only of its kind in the province of Alberta and the country of Canada, which means that anyone who goes through the school is eligible for student loans. So definitely one of a kind thing in our downtown core that we should be very, very proud of. Another innovation from Grande Prairie, and that's great. Other than that, it was pretty quiet Christmas for me. I put away my phone for 8 days, and I didn't celebrate New Year's. But I did get this cool Christmas present that I'll debut at the next council meeting. It's a crystal ball, so at least I can claim that I have a crystal ball when everyone else doesn't. There you go. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Blackmore.
So, Councillor Thiessen, you have a crystal ball, but can you see into it and know what you're seeing? That's the real question. Mayor Clayton, I don't really have a report because everything's been covered, but I do have a couple questions for administration because we were not able to have director reports tonight. Is it okay for me to ask? Okay.
You bet.
I'm going to start with Director Manuel. I've had some complaints about 68th Avenue being used as a drag strip. I know that's not new to you. You've heard this before. I'm wondering if we have anything in place that's going to maybe cool those waters down a bit as the high schools came back to class today. I'm just wondering if we have anything to offer the people who are living along that street to reassure them that it is in fact an issue for the city and we're looking at solutions.
Director Manuel, are you still there? We'll give Director Manuel a minute to get on if you want us to go to your next director.
My next question is for Director Glavin, snow removal. I'm sure you were hoping that no one would mention this today. I know that when you have really cold temperatures and a lot of snow, there is no easy solution to snow removal. Understand that. One of the things that I have thought about, though, is I'll give you an example of my own neighborhood. So Ivy Lake, residential streets were cleared on Monday, October 3rd, so last Monday. That was great. However, 104th Avenue, which I think is a second priority street, was in a terrible mess. It was a case of vehicular acrobatics to try and get out of the ice ruts to turn onto your own street. And I wondered why, when we had contractors in the neighborhood, we didn't ask them to pick up that extra street. I feel that we need, I feel that our program for snow removal is excellent, but I feel it also lacks some flexibility or the ability to change according to dynamics. You know, we have a program and we run it. It's not necessarily the best program in all conditions. So I'm wondering if there is some way we can build some flexibility into who we hire to do particular streets and when we do it.
Dr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So what you're running into here is kind of the residential program that does all of the residential roads, and then 104th Avenue, which would be a priority 2 road because it's a bus route, and that would be done by city crews. So, you know, we've had the issue we've had in the last 3 weeks anyways, is that we've had 3 snow events that have happened about 1 week apart from each other, and we're just behind on priority 2 roads. That was compounded by cold weather, and we had some equipment failures with the blowers to get some of the windrows picked up, which the blowers have since been brought back online, and we should be caught up on school windrows, hopefully by morning tomorrow, with the crews working all night at those. But I can take that back. That is there an opportunity from neighborhood to neighborhood to have different roles for the contractors versus city crews. So historically, priority 1, 2, and 3 roads have all been done by city crews, and residential over the last few years, we've always done contractor. So that's just been the division of labor of for the last few years, but certainly something we can take a look at and see if that still makes sense.
Yeah, I just feel that the program itself is a really good program, and it's probably the best snow removal program the city's ever ran, but it doesn't have enough flexibility at times of the year. So I just think we need to maybe take a look at that. And I don't know if Director Manuel came on that yet or not, but
Director Miller's on though.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I was able to get a hold of Director Manuel, and he's had some problems with his connection. So I shared the question with him, and he said he is well aware of the issue, and they have been hammering it with enforcement, but he's got a couple other ideas. So he asked if he could just provide an update via email to council later on this evening.
That'd be great, thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything else, Mayor Clayton.
Great, thanks. Before I did my roundtable, Councillor O'Connor, you had something?
Mute. You're muted. Okay. I've got a couple of complaints from...
Sorry, Councillor O'Connor, since we've already done roundtable, can you maybe just send it in an email? And you've already had your roundtable turn, just send it in an email? Fine. Unless it's something that you forgot on a committee report?
No, it's just a complaint.
Okay, thanks. All right, I wanted to thank everyone for their updates. I didn't have anything to add other than big thanks to the crews that are out there dealing with the extensive snowfall and the extremely cold conditions. As Councillor Blackmore mentioned, this is not an easy time for snow removal. So thanks to the road crew and the people that are trying to keep up with the snow removal. Not an easy task at this time of year. Also wanted to say thanks, Council, for those of you who were able to go out to the curling this weekend and support that event. I think it's always great when we can make an appearance at volunteer-led community events. So congratulations to those of you who worked on the event, and thank you to Council for participating. And a reminder to those of you who are in Grande Prairie, this coming weekend, our Winterfest, our first Grand North Winterfest. If you've driven by the Montrose Cultural Center lately, you'll see the snow slide is starting, the ice sculptures are starting to get put in place. There is activities happening at the Bonnets Energy Center as well as at the Montrose Cultural Center. There will be opportunities to participate and partake in activities. Not as many as we were hoping based on some of the COVID restrictions, but it's the first year at this event, and so head downtown, walk around, explore the businesses downtown, and participate as much as you can while you're keeping yourself safe and dry and warm. So thank you to everyone for a good meeting, and I hope to see you all in person soon. Enjoy your night.